that's enough of that. Hello, hello, hello! Good morning! It is another bloody freaking Friday! Let's get started. So, I actually made a Necromancer seasonal. I just got it up to 13. I do know that we've been a lot, like, on our Sorceress, which is Cora over here. I do like her, I just wanted to try something different. Obviously this cosmetic is a lot nicer than the one she has, but hey, here we are. Anyway, I apologize for ad hell, but then again, the Hidden Forest does need to make some amount of money, somehow, even though it's very, very minimal. But then again, as for right now, I would like to actually try and get double on this. But in order to do that, I'm gonna actually something. Yeah. Meaning I need to like get my iPad, I need to actually find the freaking build and all that stuff. So we're gonna go on actual the app before. I'll show you. Oh, come on, really? No, that's no. Okay, it's there. Necromancer. Okay, making sure it's the correct one that we actually pick. Because I need to actually figure out. Hello, Onyx! Hello, darling. How are you doing? How are you doing, my brother? How's it going? I need to go and log, and I need to actually find the, like, necromancer thing. Necromancer? Minion necromancer. Yay! Alright. Down. Okay. Making sure that I have everything. It's like, yeah. Just wanted to explain what we're doing. Okay, so we need to try and get here. We're currently not that far in. Okay. I'm trying to get this one up, and then I need to get this one. Alright. So we've just been kind of doing Hell Tides and nothing else. As you can see, my gear is not that good. Obviously, I have been kind of like, yeah, on our own freaking pace. I need to get all of these waypoints again, because, you know, new character. Well. Although I am forgetting to do something, actually. So I need to go out and into the game again, because I need to put, like, central time. It's a thing with like, Diablo for some odd reason. So we're gonna go ahead and find. I think it was universal. Yeah. So the time says like 2 hours behind for me, because the actual time is after 9 a.m. But here we are. We're just doing this so we don't have to, like, be ahead of everybody with hell tides and all that stuff. So it's kind of like just, it's a thing that I feel like Blizzard should be like doing, and not us on our PCs. The time fix thing. Because that is not fair to us as players, and also it kind of messes up a lot of sleep schedules and also time planning if you don't have anything else in front of you. But they don't feel like it's their problem, but any case, you know, we agree to disagree. Right? I still feel like it's their problem, their issue to solve. Because now, things change. Now let's see, we do need to go here for the seasonal quest line, for obvious reasons. But currently as it stands, we don't have to, per se, do that right away. But what I need to do is try and get all the different kind of things here. Just gonna get all of these things. Like, get a check mark on everything. Okay. Alright, so here's something. Okay, I only have the free stuff. I'm not exactly very interested in getting the entirety of the battle pass. It's like, whatever. But yes, we do have, of course, these. I'm not sure where this one was in. It's all the way up here. Ah, okay. Harvest anima from drowned. That shouldn't be. It was something we picked up along the way. It was like an item. So I'm thinking we just go to the Helltide and see what is. The next world boss is in 3 hours and 18 minutes, but I'm not gonna wait that long. No, not me. No, sir. No dice. Okay. So we're gonna go to the drowned area just to, like, try and finish up this thing. Just so it's done, so we can hand it in and get the rewards and the XP and whatnot else. It's not all that difficult, mainly. Maybe it is because of the Helltide, but right now I just... whatever. This is a pretty laid back build, if anything.
We demand blood.
Okay, this is not going very well, but... eh. okay, we didn't get the mastery, but that's fine. We at least got something out of it. Instead of nothing. Let's see. Okay. Oh, I have an ability point to spend.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Okay. There we go. Sweet. Alright, let's see. Ooh, hello. What?
I need more time.
Hey, let's see. I'm barbarian only. Okay. Wondering what this chest is. 100. There we go. Oh, okay. We got a worm. So there aren't many people, so I don't want to do this one right now.
It is done.
Okay, so then we need one. This is more of the laid back kind of build with everything. Okay, so how many cinders? 100. Alright. Try and find some more. Okay, we finished the round. Alright, cool. Cool. Alright. No. Still gonna need a lot more here. So this is the minion leveling build. It's actually on max roll. It has a really good guide, so I do recommend checking it out. Oh, okay. That it mattered much? Why is this so big? This feels so stupid. Build. Ah, hell. Maybe we should. Okay. Alright, there are some people here. Let's go. Gonna get the last one. Yeah. So there are going to be events next week with Diablo 4, actually. We gain a lot more XP, and there's going to be a lot of goblins running around. And a bunch of other things. So it's actually going to be really interesting. Oh, okay. Got a worm on me.
I need more time.
I'm gonna go back so I can actually do some inventory things and other stuff. This is gonna be a little bit. Oh. Yeah. Damn it. Skeleton. Old. Symbol. Alright. So it's going a little slow, but that's to be expected. As it is, well.
This will do nicely.
There we go. I'm printing, huh? We need to go here. I need to talk to someone so we can imprint on our gear. That's not common. That's practically good. Alright. Let's see. Okay, what? I unlocked that one? Yeah, I did. Huh, okay. On minions. Probably do some dungeons. Increased. Yeah, this one. I need to get some aspects, but I wanna just go in here for a little bit. See what. So currently, what we have is not a lot. But we can definitely have a back trophy currently, but I'm not really wanting to. Don't have a lot of stuff, but for right now we have like the season thing on. The solstice. Not that it's all that nice. On a necromancer. I'm wondering if I should have the Warp Lord. Have all of it. Sure that I do. Ah, never mind. It's a warlord. Not so bad. Okay. Let's just save that for now. It looks good. So let's see how far is that. Oh, okay, it's all the way. That's alright. And how. Okay, we can do it. Go. No, so I need to get the aspects, and I think it's just better to get them early, or early game. Go back to skills, so at least we have an idea for one on which we need.
vermin's broke another trap. Nay, traveller.
We might as well do some side quests along the way. Because, you know, we can. It's just good XP and we might get something good. Who knows?
The fly swarms.
So it's just one of those deals. I don't mind getting them, but I definitely need a scythe for later, so that's gonna happen at some point.
Not something. But you look the
Okay. There. And mount up. Okay, let's see. So it's pretty much in this area. So it should be easy enough to do. So we just gotta kill some stuff. That's pretty simple. There's a ritual here. Or something. Alright. Alright. Got the mastery at least. That's good. Sweet. Alright, let's see. I really wish we had pets that could pick up gold for us. That would be nice. Let's see. Oh. Yes please, I'll take that. So stupid, this build. Okay, you guys take care of that. I'm gonna go just for a little bit. On that. Inspiring lead. Inspiring leader. Here we go. That was as long as they lived. Damn. Yes, this is what we're looking for. Yes, thank you. Much appreciated, much obliged. Thank you. Alright, next. We're trying to find some more thorn beast meat to help them. Nice.
I need more time.
Alright, and let me get to a safe spot first. Or at least, you know, kill these and then I should be safe-ish. Alright, let's see. Oh, got redeemed. $15. Money. Get that blood pumping. Okay, at least I'm alive. Still. We're still missing a few of the meat things, but we'll get them. We'll get them soon enough. Sweet. Okay, one more. Just there. I have 2 cats and they nag me at the worst times. Let's see. Okay, I need to exterminate more sting swarms around here, and then what? Oh yeah, I forgot to talk to the innkeeper, so... I'll stay. What the f- Thank you for the hydrate, Sylvain. I'm gonna go check the cat's food bowl. I'll just be a minute. Why are you going under the table and playing with my feet? Huh? I'm dragging all these leaves. Huh? Okay, say for yourself. You just want attention just to have attention. I do not control the weather. Raining and raining, and that's the weather. That. Love you. I still want a ghost, but damn. You're being silly. Ay ay ay. Hey, innkeeper, innkeeper.
There's talk the ancestors finally answered our prayers. Whether they did or not, something's different, that's for sure. Many have left, but I won't. Don't want to help? Fine. Let him leave, I say.
Big a Torben, the innkeeper. Oh. Where is Torben?
Ah, we'll sleep well tonight with full bellies. I can't even remember the last time that happened. You've done more than you know.
Alright. Actually an upgrade.
Shake on it.
Okay, let's see. Commander. I'm just putting 1 and 1 so I know which one I'm getting. I'm filling out those two. Okay, let's see, Torben. Settling a tab. Ah, it's down there. Okay. So I need to get down there and then to the place for the aspects. I do need to get them. It's just I would like to do some quests and maybe see if I can get some other things along the way. Yeah, I don't really care about the unspent cinder at the moment. Like, it's too early right now with the necromancer to care. Did I get stuff for it? Sure. Is it a lot of good things? Not really. So I'm just like, whatever. Okay, settling a tab.
Oh, will he?
There. Oh my god!
Subscriber hype.
Brandy, thank you for the 15 months, you insane little gremlin. Oh my god. That scared the ever-living hell out of me. I'm not kidding, I'm like, oh shit. I keep forgetting how loud it is, so every time it's like, oh god, why did I do this to myself? Because apparently I'm a masochist. Let's see, so... Okay, we took care of that one, so I'm just gonna go over here. I'm gonna go back. Yes, 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 laugh it up, laugh it up. I jumped. It's like, shit. Ah, don't need a basic wand, so
It's
we're just
simple.
gonna sell that
Buy
thing.
armor, live longer.
Wait, can we get a... Nope. Selling done. I don't care how little gold it is, it's like every bit counts at this point. Alright, let's do this! Okay, we got 35 left of these things. We can go. Well, it unlocks a new cosmetic for us. We dismantle it. Yes, I am definitely going to be needing a scythe at some point. Yes. Let's see. Up here. Oh, 2 left? Oh, come on. It's just mean. Alright. Oh, count. Every gold counts at this point. It's fine, Brandy. No worries, sweetheart. It's all fun and games. It's just entertainment. So keep it coming. Coming. I'm just gonna ask the question. Are you not entertained? You know, all that fun stuff. I do need to actually go, and we're gonna have to go back because I teleported to the wrong thing. I'm gonna go here, we're gonna hand this in, we're gonna get stuff, and we're gonna go ahead and get to...
Bless ye and all your
And we're gonna go to the dungeon that we need to get the aspect. First I'm gonna go this. Better. It's not. Nope. Okay, let's see. We're gonna go ahead to the blacksmith. We're gonna see if we can disenchant, like, get some new looks.
Use it well.
It's simple. Buy armor, shake on it.
There, and then we're going to this one. It's one of the aspects that I need for this build that I have. So that's why I'm going here and doing it. Because I do actually need it. And it is essential. This build doesn't require any uniques per se, it's just more or less what you got. It has a few aspects that you might need. Do try and get legendaries that are good. Is this better? Nope, it is not. Okay, there's one of the big boys over here.
I need more time.
Oh my god! Holy Holy shit, we got the butcher. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh god, oh god, oh god. God. Holy shit. Nope. Fuck you.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
The butcher's like a mini boss, so yeah, I am frightened of this dude. He is not nice. Holy shit, we got him! We fucking got him! Oh my god! Yes! Oh, Jesus, mother Christ. I can't believe we fucking got him. Okay, let's see. Oh, I am clearing this dungeon. Like, I am going everywhere and killing everything. Like, I don't care if it takes longer, I would like have more than not. There.
My bats. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay, let's see. This is an offhand, so I need a two-hander, not anything with an offhand. There's that.
I need more time.
thank you for the entrance pass. I appreciate you.
I'm not ready yet.
Sweet! We got him. Hell yeah. We freaking got him. Hey, let's see what other aspect we need for... Let's see. Hoarfrost and Myas. Okay. So... Where is that one? Or by salvaging a legendary item. Okay. Army of the Dead. Let's see. Alright. So we can salvage it as well, but it's just a matter of, like, what to get from here and there. Alright, so we got that one. But we do need to go back to Kyoshad. Just there. Put it. Hi. He's just wanting attention, just... That's it. Nothing more. Good job. But no cigar. Nice try. But no dice.
Not while I'm in town.
Need something forged?
Now here's tempering, yeah. There. Ah! Okay. So, let's see.
Not while I'm in town.
Anything else? Raise
Let's
the
see if
fire.
we can get something from this vendor. See if we can't get a proper weapon here.
Very nice, but could be better. Until next time.
Many fine pieces, rare and beautiful.
Okay, let's see. We're gonna upgrade our potions.
Well struck. Be wary on the road.
Okay, let's see. Track down the missing caravan. That's all the way up here. Alright, Brandy. Aw, I got you. There you go. I'm just gonna go get that waypoint before we continue on the quest line.
I need time to do that. Goblin.
Got him. What? And he dropped a few of those as well. Nice. Hey. I know we're supposed to go down there, but I kind of just want to finish up what we have up here before we go anywhere. Because it's almost finished. So it's like, why not just... 7... What? Okay, let's see. Alright, almost done. Let's go to the hideout. Ooh, we missed some gold. Every time I do what? The kisses? Oops. Okay, let's go back and turn this on.
What? No, that's...
Blacksmith over here. Let's see. Okay, there's no cosmetics, apparently. Not what I meant to click, but okay.
Well, I would like that.
Don't dally. Hand it over.
So, hoarfrost. Okay. Now I could actually put the pin on. Let's see. That dungeon is... oh my goodness. Sheesh. All the way up there? Damn. It's just better to go and do that instead of, you know, waiting on the aspect to draw for us. You know, just go and unlock it. It's not like we have a difficult time doing dungeons with this build. Yes, we emptied out our inventory, that is good. What the? Oh my god, why? Why are you here again? Out of all things. You had to be here again. Fuck that.
I needed more time.
Holy Mother of Christ. No, no, no. No thanks. Nope. Where'd he go? Did he disappear? Oh. Okay. Okay, I am fine with that. I am fine that he disappeared, but I'm like, oh. Coming back for revenge. I'm like, yeah, no, no, I'm good. I'm good. You can stay in your corner. Well, thank you, Brandy. That means a lot to me. Thank you so much.
fighting. My friends were cut down. I won't last on my own. I can't take any more. Thank you, Wanderer. Without
Hell yeah.
you, I'd be dead.
We freaking got some good stuff.
Think I can manage from here?
Shield? No, we don't need that. What necklace we can do with? Okay, let's. Ability points. That's okay. We have one more construct to take care of. That's fine.
Here lies Rowan, neglected by a foolish priest. My dear child, I'm so sorry. I should have been a better shepherd. I should never have shunned you. I tracked you here, found your corpse, wept, grieved. My heart stopped when your eyes opened. But it wasn't life that moved you. The unholy beasts that dwell here raised your body with a magic so foul. I killed them. I had to kill you. But I tried to give you a death more painless than your first. Wherever your soul is now, may the light protect you the way I couldn't, my child.
I freaking love this build. This is fun. Shit, I should have gone that way first. What is this build? Like, goddamn! Sheesh! Not complaining though. This is amazing. Build is amazing. Okay, then we need Count's Edict. Just making sure. Yes, that is the one that we need. Okay, so let's see. We have that one unlocked, but we don't need that one. We need this. As for this one, we will get there when we get there. Alright, let's check some of these. Okay, so now what we need is... Which one was it? Army of the Dead. Okay, Army of the Dead. Ah, faceless shrine. Why can't I click that? Okay, where is faceless shrine? That is the good question here. Okay, let's see. Faceless shrine. Diablo 4 location. Small Hunter's Hollow, part of the. Let's see. Awazar, okay. Where? Faceless Shrine is right here. Why couldn't it just let me, like, mark it on the, like, pin it in the game? That was stupid. Well, if Diablo 4 has copyrighted music and that gets kind of on stream goes, hey, you can't have this music. I'm sorry, I paid for the game. What do you mean? Faceless Shrine, let's freaking go. Alright, but since I have it on my iPad, so ooh, that's I'm gonna get rid of all this stuff. Ooh, nice. We have a scythe. Hell yeah, let's go. Oh. I forgot there are traps in here. And that's all me. What this?
Bless you.
3 prisoners. Yeah, that should be simple enough. Alright, let's go free some more prisoners. Ooh.
I need more essence.
Raindrops keep falling on my head. Raindrops keep falling on my head. Raindrops keep falling.
I need more essence.
Hey, we got the mastery. Sweet! Alright. Let's do this. Sweet! Hey, let's see if there's anything better in here. Gloves, at least. That sucks, but hey. So we have to get rid of legendary ones, but here we are. Yeah. Not really, I'm just doing what I gotta do.
Don't tell me to hurry! Everything is rusted shut!
You trying to steal?
Sweet. Right.
You
Other
saved my
one.
life. I wouldn't have made it without you.
So, how's edict? Yeah. This. Alrighty. Mm-hmm.
I have been called to repentance, to this shrine in the center of an uncivilized swamp, to make right what I have done wrong. But the swamp, like my past, is restless, angry, and full of whispers. I go to bed with his voice in my ear, reciting the litany of my sins. It says to me that my repentance means little, that in my heart I feel no remorse, that in the end there will be no absolution. Please, I must have absolution.
Yes, Brandy? Your picture is showing different. Okay. Alright, thanks, Brandy. Sorry, I get hyper-focused on what I'm doing. It's the last aspect that I need to get, and then I just need to get, like, upgrades on them. This is a long-ass dungeon. Check everywhere. It's the rule. Just start throwing these. Okay, let's see. We need to go. One more of these.
I need more time.
Yay! Thank you. I appreciate that. It's better. Nope. Hello, Kira.
I need more time.
Sweet. All right. Okay, so I'm just taking away everything that I don't need, per se. Oh my god! Yeah, Diablo 4 is really good, I must say. Thank you so much for gifting a subscription to Skylar to Brandy. Thank you so much. I'm not so sure that he's here, but there's that. We're gonna sell this one because this doesn't give us anything like upgrade aspects or looks.
I can break that down.
Unlocks new aspect of codex, so we're definitely gonna get that. There we go. Oh my god.
Subscriber hype.
Wendy, thank you so much for gifting another sub. And to Kira Vapora. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your emotes and also your badge. So I got some news. I am going to have a debut on the 25th of June. That is the plan. So we're going to be doing a lot of different things. Oh my god, thank you so much for the follow, Kara! Thank you, thank you! Getting us up to 321. Oh my god, so you got us up to 321. Thank you so much! That is amazing. Why is that being stupid? That was being stupid. Thank you, thank you. So we're gonna have a debut on the 25th of June. This is the plan. We're gonna have a subathon going. I will not have an uncapped subathon because my computer cannot handle it. We have been over this before.
Take a chance, Wanderer.
It cannot and will not work. So there's that. But in any case, I am looking forward to it.
Not much, is it?
So I'm really excited and also nervous because you guys tend to rack up that number and the insane amount of time. It takes— oh my goodness, there is a lot to claim here. Woo! Okay. I'm guessing a lot of these are not just from Necromancer. Okay, we actually do need to do a Necromancer thing here. So we're gonna have to go here and do that, because that is something we need to do for our class. You get fussed at? Yes. Please do not make yourself broke. Yes, yes I do. Because I don't want you to, like, not have anything to eat or something like that. I get worried. Like, to everyone here, if you want to gift a sub, that's fine, but please do not do so at, like, risk of you not being able to eat, okay? Your health is way more important and, number one on the list of things that I would rather you take care of. Like, any support is appreciated and all that, but all in all, I do want you to take care of yourselves first and foremost.
For you. A teacher. One who...
No. You need to actually get sustenance. Don't be like that.
I'm out of essence.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so...
Very good. You need the essence of life, the spirit to transform the product. There is a vile artifact buried in a hillside not far from here. Its purpose is to trap lost souls, leeching magic from them. Free those souls, and perhaps they'll help you in return.
Oh, get your piece. Nice. That's good. Wonderful news. Let's see. Ring. Nope. Box. Look. That's something.
Came apart nicely.
I got fur.
Here is the end, poor soul. Cast out thy darkness, for only light must remain.
There it is.
Alright, let's see. Yeah. Got rid of it.
We are ready.
Okay. Let's see. Need blood. Okay, so don't get that until 28. Good to know. Alright. I need to go to the Tree of Whispers. So let's go ahead and go there.
It is done.
Well, we're still leveling, so.
I can break that down. Don't ruin all that work.
Hmm. Alright, let's see. We get to level 5 or I don't know. The grind is real. Yeah. The grind is real on a lot of things. Nice.
The forge is always hot.
Alright, let's see. Helltide is my best bet for upgrading that, but seeing as there is none currently, we've had a lot of fun. And the aspects that we need currently. Like, would I like to get more stuff done? Sure. You know what? I think we're gonna switch games. We're gonna switch to Withering Waves. So Withering Waves actually was lagging for me quite a bit, but it actually did have something to do with the fact that I wasn't having it on an SSD drive. So for those of you who are having serious lag problems like I did with Withering Waves, please do make sure that you put it on an SSD drive and not something different. Yeah, I was gonna change back the time. Now it's, yep. See? Just checking with my phone a little bit. Yep. Lag makes people violent, yes. Very true. Oh, so I want to play Wuthering Waves because it is a very interesting game, and I do believe it's actually has a lot of potential. So I've been leveling and trying to just get all these different resonance beacons, I guess they're called, but I haven't gotten all of them currently as of right now, but it'll be fine. So after I put it on the SSD drive, it's gone a lot smoother, the lag isn't as much, and it's just a lot easier to play. Instead of when I had serious lag because I had it on an HDD drive instead of an SSD. Do I know the difference? Not really. This is mainly just a reading thing. Okay. We have like, I got like 10 of these, so yeah, there was a lot. We got 4 levels. I've also been really busy and getting like more of these echoes. Gotten some new flowers and stuff like that. Frog. And these. What do we get for this? I don't want to use this just yet. Just gonna keep it for now. Oh. Alright. So we do have a side quest right here. Okay. Oh my god. How on earth would you like me to do this? Oh. Really? was stupid. One's over there, huh?
An unexpected discovery.
Sweet. We found a chest by accident. Wonder if I can get some more recipes. Interesting. Wow, wow. What's this? Okay, so how about we just take the regular one instead? I'm fine with that. I'm just getting all of these so I can actually make the buff foods that I want. Okay. I was just thinking of getting to the area up here. I'm also getting hungry. Like hungry. The fact that I'm like, I want food. How far away is this? I'm not gonna be making the buff foods right now. It's just more or less that when I want to make them, at least I have the ingredients for the most part. Yep. Oops. I'm just skipping because I am not very patient and I am also hungry.
Like I...
Really. Story is interesting.
Thank you for your assistance. You must be tired.
Just more or less that I would like to actually get and things done and out of the way. And we revealed more of the map. Yay!
Have you confirmed the inventory? What about...
Hey.
Think you can catch up?
Oh, damn it. It ran off. Never mind. Got it. Always something hiding somewhere. What I know about games. But keep looking. sweet. So where be this? There's a chest. Oh, okay, so that's where. Alright. Really? Okay. Nothing. Hell yeah, let's go.
Master Tianxing, have you... Us running into Master T...
General!
Follow the Qinglong to war!
Okay. That was hot. Oh yeah. Going back to Final Fantasy 14, so I'll be here. I'll just be looking. Thank you, Brandy.
What's the matter? Are you? Oh, I was worried.
It felt as if I was seeing through the eyes of a tacit discord. I think I saw what was happening in the Norfall Barrens.
An imposing warrior wielding the power of a Tinglong. The Tinglong is the front lines are not far from here. As I make myself reflect on my goals and...
Okay. Let's see. Just it gave you the option. See. Well, in any given case, I need to go ahead and take a food break because massive besieged by my stomach to do so. So we will be taking a food break and putting up words on stream for you guys. For everyone here. Alright. Find words from the mixed letters. Use the chat to solve anagrams. Found a word? Yes, again, when the padlock opens. These are the rules. They're very simple. So, I'll be back as soon as I can. So, good luck and have fun. We are back! I apologize for taking so long. But we are getting out of that. Now, took a food break, gotten some food in my system. I'm just not sure which game to play at the current moment. It isn't always easy trying to figure out what games to play and what not to play. But I do want to continue on Stardew Valley. If I'm being perfectly honest. Huh? Any? What about? Fair enough. Let's see. All my glasses were pretty dirty, so I had to a piece of paper to clean that. Alright. I did continue a little bit on Stardew offline, but that was just because I wanted to get a few things done. Nothing in the cave. Okay. Okay. Luck will not be on your side. Well, whatever. Okay, we got some blueberries. I have to water these. I'm gonna save the opal for something different. We put this in with Gunther. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna put that there. I'm gonna put the extra sword over here. Turn it. I am going to make the shed, since I would like to have like an area with like all the different things, like we can make jelly or mayo or cheese like that. I want to have that available in an area that is not outside. Oh. So, how many? 27 out of 20. So we got 9 days right now. I'm getting a little worried on that. Might actually have to cancel getting the shed just a little longer, and then I can get instead some more melon seeds, and then and hopefully get a little bit further with it. Yeah, we're gonna have to plant the rest of them today, because it's only 28 days in the season in Stardew. So it's the 20th now, so 28 days, and it takes 8 days for it to grow. Takes 12 days to make sure. Okay, I guess I'm getting more speed grow. I know myself right now, and I'm not feeling too good, so I am doing some chill games. I would play Withering Waves, but I don't know how to have a controller with it. It hasn't shown me anything. So in there lies that little problem. Oh no. Stupid. Yeah. I really hope this works. Oh, I have more speed grow. Oh well. Doesn't matter. Be fine. So what we actually do need to level up is now just the farming and the combat. So we're probably gonna have to go into the caves and actually go ahead and or into the mine and do some hunting. Things. I'm doing this to hopefully get some farming farming levels. I'm hoping that it works. There we go. So many stairs that are appearing. But I don't mind it. Get back here. Oh. No. Okay, let's... This is a big area. Hmm. We need the combat anyway, so this is fine. As long as I just don't stay here too long. In game time, we fall asleep at like 2 AM. Alright. Strange doll, huh? Okay, let's see. Strange doll indeed. Those were 1,000, which is actually pretty cool. But it is an artifact and we don't know anything about it. So I'm wondering if we should like go to Gunther and give it to him in the morning. We can at least go and see. Okay, it is getting pretty late. So let's start walking home. Okay, so we're gonna sell this one because we have so many others. Hey, Scorpion! Yes, I remember it this time. Not. Hmm. Right, let's go to bed. Oh, no, love. Oh. Too bad. Alright. We're 3,000 made. It's good. Ah, I see. Well, welcome to the land of the living. Okay, there's something in the caves at least. Good. I've learned how to make pink cake! Yay! Okay, what's the fortune teller saying? Luck will not be on your side. Well, oh, fine. Truffle oil. Hey, we got 8 more days. I don't know where my cat went on the farm. I'm like, oh. God damn it. Not large. I need a large goat whip to be done with one of the things that I'm doing with the community center. One of the rooms that I need. Like... I need either large goat milk or something from a sheep. But upgrading these things is not cheap either. And there lies that little dilemma. No! Do not get to go out of your pen. No. Having it. Just to speed things along a little bit, we're gonna go here. Also because I have a geode. Okay, we don't have anything for him. That's fine. But then we can sell the doll. And that is 1,000 gold right there. That's fine by me. Got here. I don't want to, like, do this one. At least not until I have, like, the greenhouse. How much is it to upgrade area with my sheep? Get sheep and pig done. Because I do need to upgrade the farm, some farmhouses. So it's just a matter of how much are they. Hmm. $20,000 for that one. And that one is 25. Hmm. I should probably take that quest, but nah. I'm just gonna try and level up our combat. See where it gets us. Well, I don't want to do that one. C40. There we go. No, I'm looking for frozen tears. That's also why I'm kind of like this one. Speaking of which. Hello, Raven Moon. Oh, let's see. Wait a minute. You know what? Sure. Why not? Yeah, come on in. Okay.
There we go.
Oh, wow. You were
Hello. Hello, hello, hello.
there. Okay.
Good morning.
Well, good morning. It's afternoon here. So, afternoon.
Huh?
It's afternoon here.
Oh, I'm
It's
sorry. Here, give me a second. I gotta turn my sound up.
alrighty.
So what did you say?
So it's after 12
Oh, okay.
here.
I can hear you back. I'm sorry. I can leave if you want me to.
No, 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 no. I didn't say that you needed to leave. I just said it's the afternoon here. I'm just saying.
Oh, well, it's almost 7 o'clock for me here.
7 a.m.?
Yep.
Yeah. Good morning. So we're in different time zones. It's funny to, like, say.
Okay, schmoke.
Oh, so I'm just chilling with Stardew Valley behind games today. Not right now.
Understandable. Understandable.
Also, the heat is getting to everyone here.
Yeah, yesterday was it was raining and it went off and on, off and on, off and on. And some of my friends are getting like tornadoes.
Eesh. No, here is just a lot of heat.
Mm-hmm.
So I have the door open, the window open, and fan at the window and fan at the door, just to have some circulation.
I see.
Yes. Otherwise, I don't get circulation. So it's like, why did you have an AC? ACs are expensive here, okay?
They sure are.
So no AC. Okay.
Yeah, I'd rather not risk it.
No, not risk it for the biscuit.
Speaking of which, I have to move for the goddamn 5th time. I don't think if I don't already told you.
You needed to move again?
Move.
Huh?
Move.
Yeah. As in.
I have to move for the 5th time because greedy bastards.
Ah.
I don't know, but some have some whenever I'm in voice call. I can't turn on my speaker.
You can't what?
Okay, here we go. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry, I had to change my audio output.
Oh, that's okay.
That's better. Now I can hear you crystal clear.
Yay!
So yeah, what are you gonna say?
So yeah, moving because people are greedy. Yeah, not uncommon.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But
and
then
plus,
again, I got lucky with my landlord.
Yeah, and plus like the other one that we had to move out is because like again they want to sell the house, and this person does too because they waited for like almost a year now and they're like nope you had to move you have until July which is me and my mother's birthday month.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm listening.
I said we had to move. We had to find a house to rent until that is big enough that's at least big enough and that's pet friendly.
Yeah, that's not always. But there's been a lot of negative stuff around in my life, so I'd rather talk about something else.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll move on.
No, it's okay. Just letting you know.
Okay. So, people, hey, you want to hear a joke?
You know what? Shoot.
What did the duck say when he? What did the duck detective say when he solved the mystery?
No idea.
I quacked the case.
Oh gosh. Why the hell? Why in the gods?
Funny? Am I funny yet?
I'm just shaking my head right now.
What? Too corny?
Yes.
I'm corny. That's what my mom says. I'm corny.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
cornier
here's
than
another one.
corn, apparently.
Yeah. Here's another one. What did the horse say to the other horse when he moved in the stables?
No idea.
Welcome, neighbor.
That's... That was just bad.
Huh?
That was just bad.
What? People say it was a good one.
That was bad.
Okay. No more jokes, or I'll stop.
Thank you. I
You're
was like,
welcome.
I don't wanna. No.
Well, you don't like jokes?
Sure I do, but certain things I'm like,
Too
brain goes,
corny?
don't even.
What? They're too corny?
Yes. Or just, you know, it was just bad. Okay.
I said, welcome, Nate. The puns.
There are always puns with everything. Ooh, Gunther can get this one. Sweet. We can put another
Ooh,
thing
that's
into
good.
the museum.
Yay!
Yeah.
So here's something good. One of my friends finally came back streaming yesterday, and I was able to join their VC.
Hmm?
I said
Yeah.
one of my friends finally came
Yes,
back yesterday.
I am listening.
Oh.
I'm just like, mm-hmm.
And so yeah, but still, I think they had to go to the ER like earlier this morning because of a tissue, because of a broken tissue in their leg.
Wait. What?
No, so before they streamed, they had to go to the ER early this morning or yesterday morning
Because of
a broken tissue. Like their leg wasn't.
You
broken.
mean muscle torn?
Yeah, muscle tissue. Sorry.
Muscle tear is not exactly that is very nice to have.
Yeah.
I was like, what? I was like, muscle tear. That is something that I know.
I see.
Yeah, because I.
They have a soft tissue damage in their knee.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what that is. My brother had it.
Ooh, I can imagine how painful that must have been.
Oh, he was practically screaming at everybody. So. Mhm.
Yeah, I'm so lucky. Yeah, I'm so lucky. I didn't have no injuries in my life. Well,
you say that now and you just jinxed yourself. Good job.
Mhm.
I was like, I have also said, like, hey, I have had no injuries in my life. And it's like,
Jinx.
you will have now. Guess what? I got a fractured
Oh,
fucking
fuck.
wrist.
Yeah. Oh fuck. And sorry. Plus, I don't normally like cuss a lot because I'm not like that. But whenever I'm alone and I'm with used to people, I just blah bad. I just have a potty mouth. Not potty, sailor mouth.
That's every day for me.
Yeah, because you're a hardcore.
No. It's literally
Well,
I've just
not
been
hardcore,
like
but
that.
you're just like that.
That's just how I am.
Yeah. By the way, I apologize about the misunderstanding. That I meant to tell you about that.
What misunderstanding?
Remember when I told you about I have a friend?
Okay, let's take that another time.
Yeah. Okay.
Because
I'm sorry. I'm
no,
sorry. I'm still waking up.
no, at least you're just asking, and I'm like, hey, no.
Okay. All right.
Don't apologize. Asking, you're telling me something, and I'm just okay. Gotta stop you there.
Mhm. See, that's the problem. Like, but sometimes I have common sense, but sometimes when my impulsivities or curiosity and just go all over the place. But anyway, so yeah. How have you been?
Up and down.
Understandable.
Nothing
My
much to
finals.
report.
Ooh, mustard?
Huh?
Did you say mustard?
Nothing much to report.
Oh, okay. I was like, why are you talking about mustard? I love mustard.
Well, then you're alone.
Wow. I mean, I like Dijon mustard. And zesty mustard. And this, like it had a little spiciness in it. I like it.
I can't eat anything spicy.
Same.
You just said you like spicy mustard. I can't eat anything spicy. At all.
Yeah. I can eat anything that's a little bit spicy, but not spicy because it'll burn my mouth.
It'll burn your mouth. Try having. Hey, if you eat chili, you're gonna have a hole in your stomach.
I hate chili. I don't like chili. I'm a very picky
No,
eater.
I can't eat Ravenwood. I can't eat anything spicy because I will get an ulcer. As in a hole in my stomach.
Ew.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So you get a burning sensation in your mouth? I go to the hospital.
Oh my god. I didn't. What? No, it was that even serious for you.
It is.
Mm.
That's why I check my food as soon as I get it on the table if I go anywhere. Because if they only have spicy on the menu, and you know my friends are there at the place, and I say that I don't want anything spicy, no chili, no sriracha, no nothing with any spice in it.
Well, that's
like
good.
A lot of spice, and they messed it up one time, and I took one bite, and my friend said, spit it out right now," and I'm like, "Why? Do it." I spat it out, and he's like, "There's so much sriracha on your stuff." It was covered in sriracha, and
thank goodness you spit it out.
Yeah, I did. I didn't even start chewing or anything. I literally spat it out. I went under the sink in the fucking bathroom and tried to rinsing the goddamn heat off.
Oh my god. That was embarrassing.
Embarrassing? No. What was embarrassing was the fact that the person who caught this was literally giving them an earful of the literal fucking thing of, "We all went quiet so you would hear her order. There's no excuse here."
Oh my god.
Like, you messed up so bad.
Yep. I can. No, thank you.
No,
that's why I like to move away.
So that's why I'm actually really particular about where I go after that, because the next time it was like, we are not going to any place with a lot of spicy food, because if she can't if Deadly can't order food that has no spice in it, like last time, we ain't doing that again. Okay?
Yeah.
It was just absolutely horrendous.
That has got to be horrendous.
It was. But I did get my food. I apologized. I only had to pay half.
Well, that's good. At least they were kind enough.
Yeah, because when they gave me the plate, it was like they asked non-spicy dish, and then they handed me the dish and it has sriracha on it, and I was like, "You're joking, right? This is a joke. You're kidding, right? No. This is the non-spicy stuff." I said no sriracha, no hot spicy anything, and they still messed it up.
See, yeah. This is why. Like my people restaurants like get always mess up my parents' food because especially my mom, because one, she's vegan, and two, people just don't know what they're doing nowadays.
Well, not anymore, and I'm like, like nowadays they hire teenagers and they just write down the number of the order and they don't pay any attention to, oh, there's people are allergic to stuff or they can't eat something, and I'm like, where did you like learn your people skill? Who trained you? Or did you just not pay attention? Like, I have actually worked part-time at a restaurant and it wasn't for me. No, I was just they were testing me out and I was testing out if I liked it. And
I see.
I did not. It was not for me. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of stress. And
yeah, I can understand that.
It's actually really interesting. Like, I respect the people who actually do the job. So I'm like, do a wonderful job. But I cannot do this job. Like, kudos to you for actually managing.
Yep.
Like, I don't see a point in being mean to people who are working there, but if they mess up the order, they mess up the order, and it's like, you know what? Messed up. Who's gonna fix it?
Yep.
That's why I make sure that when I order, they hear it loud and clear. But if they mess up after that, then that's on them.
There's a wrap.
That's a wrap, folks.
Yep.
I've been to many different restaurants. I've been into restaurants Croatia, Prague, even Spain.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh, the ones in Spain, like with an open area with a lot of people, you get to meet a lot of interesting. And also everyone's really respectful and they have like, they ask the people who are drinking not to stay in the family area. It's actually really nice and cozy.
That's good.
Yeah. At least from what I remember when I was there, and I was there like 20 years. So there's that. It might have changed, you know.
Yeah, because a lot of things change.
Not always for the better.
I've
also been to restaurants in Florida. Hold on. Much to say about that. There was Turkey. Oh, restaurants in Turkey are.
Ooh, is that so?
Yeah, they are. They have like a different feel. We went to like this family restaurant, and apparently, since you know I'm blonde and my hair looks like gold, the restaurant owner talked with my stepdad and asked if me and his son could get married, and me and my mom are sitting there going, wait, what?
What?
And
Ayo?
my stepfather said, yeah, sure. And I'm like,
What?
I looked at him and I went, did you just agree to marriage when you are not my biological father? Well, I'm still, no, you have lost all dad privileges. It's like, did you hear yourself? It's like, you were joking,
Exactly.
right? No, my stepfather said, you were joking, right? Nope, said the owner. And he's like, I am in a heap of trouble. It's like, you think? It's just like, what? But it had a different feel to it. Like, despite that fact, he was actually nice enough to introduce me to his son because he helped out at the restaurant. We actually talked and, you know, became friends, but he was interested in another girl. And I understood that perfectly. And apparently he had a he was actually asking, he was trying to ask her out and be his girlfriend.
That's kind of that's nasty.
No, not really. He was, so the owner's son talked to me. He was interested in another girl and he was trying to ask her out. But since I'm a girl, he tried, you know, maybe I had some advice and I was like, I'll try my best, I'll make no promises, and also we're two different people, so you gotta keep that in mind.
I can understand that.
It's like, yeah, he was like, yeah, sure. But hey, like, the general idea, okay.
Yeah.
Flowers are always nice. Unless she's allergic.
That's true.
Then there's the chocolate, unless you're allergic to nuts. Because chocolate is made out of nuts, if nobody knew.
Ooh.
Made out of cocoa bean.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that about that before.
Yes. Did you just mute yourself?
Oh yeah, sorry. I had to open something. I don't want to.
Thank you for that, though. That was actually.
I don't want to cause any noise.
Oh, that is actually very appreciated.
You're welcome. And yeah, plus I think I have to move myself because I need to chew.
Yeah, well, you're eating breakfast, so obviously. But I am getting really tired, and it's. And I think I am going to. We've done some progress in Stardew, at least. The progress is saved. The progress is saved. But just since the heat takes so much out of me as well. Thankfully it's a little yeah, it's a little cloudy right now, but it doesn't matter if the sun is not on you or not. If the heat is there and it's boiling anything, the heat seeps in no matter what you do.
I see.
So it says it's 12 degrees outside right now, but let's just say that is lying because we know how warm it is by feel.
Yep.
It just usually gets to my head. Like, I get a headache. Yeah. I get a headache, but that's something I just need to deal with. So that's why my stream days are shorter sometimes. Sometimes they're a bit longer. During the summer. Because summertime is like...
I see.
Nothing was... Also, heat, the computer tends to get warmer.
Yeah, overheat.
Yeah, as well. That is also why I don't play a lot of high-end games in summer on top of this. I'm going to take a painkiller.
Okie dokie.
What I would like watch some videos. If you guys wouldn't mind joining.
No, I don't mind. I'm just vibing here.
That's perfect. I am, however, going to get me some water.
Okay, okay, take your time.
So I shall be right back.
Alrighty.
All right. Now let's.
Welcome back.
Thank you. All right. So, how do you guys feel about watching some Mr. Ballin again?
Sure, I'm down with it.
Hmm?
I said sure.
All right. So they still have those limited edition merch with Lungy currently on his banner here.
Mm-hmm.
He has his own shop, and they also have something called the Mr. Ballin Foundation, and all the donations are 100% go to the cause that you're donating to.
Ooh.
Yes. So Mr. Ballin Foundation is very particular about that, and they are 100% non-profitable. All donations go to the cause, period.
That's good.
Yes. The mystery behind the deadly laughter was no joke.
Ooh, the deadly laughter.
Okay. Alright. You know what? I love watching Mr. Ballin on with chat, because this is actually really interesting to talk about as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope the content creator doesn't mind, because he is an amazing guy. He does videos every week. They also have a podcast that is also the Strange Dark Mysterious and Medical Mysteries, and some things on the podcast are only on the podcast and not exactly on the on YouTube.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, so certain things are exclusively to the podcast. I have been currently listening to Runful on Spotify, and it is an amazing storyteller called Rodney Barnes. He is really good at telling stories. I'm guessing these are just stories that he's heard. I'm not quite sure, but I do believe it's just stories, like scary stories. But it's done in such a way that it actually like pulls you in. And when I was listening to one the other day, I didn't hear my partner come in. I was so immersed that when I saw him from the corner of my eye, I smacked my head into my mic, and I was like, not a word. And he just burst laughing. Scary stories, yes. We're gonna be listening to Mr. Ballin. These are actual things that happened with his videos. And the medical mysteries is also things that have actually happened to people as well.
Okay.
Yes. So all of Mr. Ballin's stuff is true. Runful, I'm not so sure of. I have to kind of dig more into that.
Alright.
Alright, let's go watch the mystery behind the deadly laughter was no joke.
Okie dokie.
Alright, and I am muting myself.
Today's story
well,
is a medical
also,
mystery
I'm
that comes from the remote forests
later,
of Papua New
later
Guinea.
I
And
might
let's
have
just
to
say,
leave because I got schoolwork to do. Like
Then you
I'm just
get
saying,
going.
I'm not leaving now. I'm not leaving now. I'm saying I'm like
Yeah,
later.
but that's fine. Okay, we're starting the video, sweetie.
Right.
today's story is a medical mystery that comes from the remote forests of Papua New Guinea. And let's just say the mystery illness is absolutely horrifying. I mean, the symptoms alone are straight nightmare fuel. But perhaps the worst part of this mystery disease is how it was determined that it was being spread, something that took a long time to figure out. But my goodness, the way this thing was being spread is just...
Hello.
You'll see. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's...
Hi. Oh, I'm sorry.
Worst
I just
timing ever.
I just wanted to come in because when you said you accidentally hit the mic, when I was in bed, I thought I was in the middle and I rolled, fell out of the bed, struck my head on the metal file cabinet, and had to have 5 staples. And I was like on, I didn't feel any pain. I was on hands and knees. I'm like, Michelle, you're freaking 44 years old and you fell out of the damn bed.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
That is a very common name.
Yeah. Well, I'm also accident prone. I'll tell you this one last thing, and I'm gonna jump back out. But I was walking down the hall to go to the bathroom and swung my hand up, and I accidentally hit the wall and cracked my knuckles, and one of my knuckles are like jammed all the way up in my hand.
Oh God! Why? Please be
Accident
more careful.
I will try.
I never I was 20.
Okay, we are now starting the video over
and I'm
again.
going to jump out. I'm going to jump out so I can actually hear the video.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye bye. Okay, we are starting over again. So nobody come in here. Nobody talk. Everybody shush.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave.
Okay. Bye, sweetie.
Bye. Thanks again for letting me hang out with you.
No worries. Have a good morning.
You too. Bye bye.
All right. Okay, let's get started.
Today's story is a medical mystery that comes from the remote forests of Papua New Guinea. And let's just say the mystery illness is absolutely horrifying. I mean, the symptoms alone are straight nightmare fuel. But perhaps the worst part of this mystery disease is how it was determined that it was being spread, something that took a long time to figure out. But my goodness, the way this thing was being spread is just... You'll see. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer to dry clean the like button's laundry, but instead of using starch, use super glue. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. On a sunny afternoon in the summer of 1953, a young woman named An stood in the middle of a huge sugarcane grove in an isolated forest in Papua New Guinea. And around her were all her relatives and neighbors, and they were all there to mourn the loss of An's sister, whose name was Ton. She had passed away 3 days earlier from a very mysterious illness that people in An's village called kuru. And in their language, the word kuru meant trembling. Now, keep in mind, this particular mystery illness that was called kuru only affected the people in An and Ton's village. This is like a hyper-specific illness that only happened inside of this little forest to these people. But An and the rest of the people in her village had seen this happen over and over and over again every year, and so they knew what happened when you got kuru because it was always the same. As soon as you began to tremble, that was kind of like the first sign. 1 year or so after that moment, you lose control of all the muscles in your body until you die. And so in Ton's case, so An's sister, she had watched this happen exactly as it did for everybody else that ever got this illness. She started with the tremors, and then before long she couldn't even stand up or walk around, and then finally her sister lost control of the muscles in her throat, and so she couldn't eat despite being hungry, and so ultimately she died of starvation, which is like one of the worst ways to die. It's incredibly slow and very, very painful. And so ever since Ton's death 3 days earlier, the village had been performing all these rituals and prayers in an attempt to assist Ton's spirit on its way into the afterlife. And this type of very involved funeral was absolutely customary in On's culture. On and her family and all of these villagers were members of the Foray people, who were native to Papua New Guinea, which is an island just north of Australia. And in 1953, when this story is taking place, the Foray people numbered about 11,000 people. And remember, they live in a very isolated forest. They are basically cut off from the world for the most part. But they were beginning to fear that they were going to go extinct because of Kuru. Every year, the Foray people lost 200 people to Kuru. And for the most part, the victims were women, like disproportionately so, which made it even more likely that the Foray people would go extinct. Because if you lose all the women, you can't have any more kids. And in fact, by 1953, so many women had died from Kuru that by this point, there were 3 times as many men as there were women. In fact, the leading cause of death for Foray women was Kuru. But the Foray people did not view Kuru as just an illness. They actually viewed it as a curse. In fact, that was completely accepted that that is exactly what it was. This is not like getting the cold. Somebody did this to you, like a sorcerer somewhere, some unnamed sorcerer that's like coming into the forest is targeting these women and cursing them with Kuru. And so the Foray people put on these really elaborate funerals, mostly to ward off these dark magic sorcerers that were casting Kuru spells. And so the Foray people believed that if they just nailed the funeral procedure for somebody who has just died from Kuru, the kind of 3-day long, all these rituals and prayers they have to do, if the village is able to nail it perfectly, then the deceased who's passed away from Kuru, so in this case On's sister Ton, her spirit, as a result of this perfect funeral, would be able to kind of rise up and actually seek revenge on the sorcerer who killed the person. And so these funerals were basically like kind of taking the dead, rising their spirit, and sending them off to go kill the sorcerer. And so On and the rest of her villagers, they went through this very elaborate process for On's sister, Ton, and at the end of it, they did feel like they had really nailed it. And so they felt confident that Ton's spirit was going to rise up and get her revenge. A few weeks after On's sister's funeral, On was standing over an open fire and she was cooking some pork and sweet potatoes. And as she went to flip the meat over, she reached her hand out and she noticed her hand was trembling, which is the first sign of someone with Kuru. Now, On told herself that, oh no, I don't have Kuru. It's just because I was working really hard today and I'm tired, like that's all it is. But she knew deep down she may have been cursed. On did her best to kind of hide her trembling hands. However, after about a month from that first time she noticed her hand shaking, she noticed she wasn't really able to stand up without kind of losing her balance because her legs were starting to tremble. And finally, when she basically couldn't even stand up without assistance, this is again only 1 month after that first tremble, she knew she had Kuru. And On already knew that there was absolutely nothing anybody in her village could do to stop this from killing her. Kuru was a 100% death sentence. And so if you got Kuru, it's like the whole village just began prepping for your death because they had to be ready to do this big ritualistic funeral. And so imagine that. You have this mystery illness or curse or whatever you want to think it is, and you're just counting down the days until you die. But for On, even though she had seen this happen so many times before and just kind of knew there's nothing she could do, she couldn't stand the idea of having this horrible, slow, painful death. And so she decided, you know what? I'm going to do something drastic that basically nobody else had done before who had Kuru. So for context, at this time, the Foray people had been totally isolated from other people in the world for thousands of years. They basically lived in this little part of Papua New Guinea in the forest, and nobody else contacted them. They were totally isolated. However, starting in the 1950s, some Australian colonists and researchers and police actually began kind of making their way in and around the Foray people's area. So they were making contact, albeit not necessarily direct contact, but the Foray people were seeing basically white people wandering around in and around their forest from time to time. And it was always very shocking when they would see these people because they dressed completely differently, they looked totally different. I mean, it's like two worlds totally colliding. And generally speaking, An and the rest of the people in her village, they did not like having these Australian people kind of wandering around. But An is thinking, you know, the people in my village, the Foray people, they have no solutions for me. So maybe these Australian people that have kind of popped up, maybe they have some answers about what I can do to stop myself from dying from this horrible curse. Keep in mind, by going out and seeking help from these outsiders, it was like An would be breaking a huge custom. This is so taboo for the Foray people, and very likely, even if she was able to find a solution from these outsiders, it's not clear if she would have been welcomed back into her village. And so this is a truly desperate measure she's taking, but she really felt like she had no choice. So, even as her body trembled from Kuru, An managed to stand up using a stick, and she began kind of hobbling her way quietly and discreetly out of her village, something that she really never did. And eventually, after hobbling her way out of sight of the Foray people, she began making her way through the woods, and she eventually came to a clearing where there was this house. And it was obvious this is not a house that the Foray people have built. This is somebody from the outside who's built something kind of near where they were living. And so An wandered up to this house, not really sure what to do, but she went up and knocked on the door, and a second later it opened up, and it's this Australian anthropologist named Ronald Burnt, who actually An had seen before. He had been coming through her village a couple of times, attempting to interview people to learn more about the Foray people. She knew that nobody wanted to talk to him, but, you know, she had seen him before. And so she was relieved. This is someone that I'm somewhat familiar with. And so as Ronald is staring back at her, and Ronald's pretty tall and skinny, he's got glasses on, he's dressed like a typical Australian in the 1950s, and he's looking at An, and An begins to try to tell him what's going on with her. And as she began to talk, the words she was saying were coming out all garbled, and she realized that the Kuru curse was now affecting her throat, the muscles in her neck, and she was not able to speak. But as it happened, Ronald, who was very familiar with the Foray people, he could tell, based on just the way she was acting and how desperate she looked, that very likely this woman was here because she believed she had Kuru. And Ronald, who had learned about Kuru after studying the Foray people, he had done some research on it, and he believed it was entirely psychosomatic, that this was not an actual illness. Basically, he believed Kuru was acute hysteria, that these Foray people were just going crazy and convincing themselves that they had this illness, and I guess that kind of manifested their death a year later. And so Ronald interrupted An, who again is struggling to talk, and he was able to communicate to her in her language that you do not have Kuru, you are hysterical, this is in your head, and you should go now. And then he shut the door on her. And An had no idea what to do. She was embarrassed. She was terrified that maybe somebody from her village had seen her come out here. And so just trembling and feeling so alone and so scared, she turned around and just went back to her village. 9 months later, An's condition had severely deteriorated. She basically was following exactly the process of every other person she had seen with Kuru. She had lost virtually all the control of her body. She could barely sip water. She was feeling absolutely horrible. I mean, she knew she was closing in on death, and she had not gone back out to try to get help from outsiders. That interaction with Ronald had kind of destroyed her hope, and so she did go back and just was kind of waiting to die, just like everybody else in her village did. But for An, the physical symptoms of Kuru that she was experiencing were undoubtedly terrible, but they were not as bad, at least to An, as the other side of Kuru. So in addition to referring to this curse as Kuru, which meant trembling, sometimes Foray people would refer to this curse, this illness, as the laughing death. And it's because during the terminal stage, so the end stage of Kuru, when you're just about to die, you just begin laughing. It doesn't matter what you're thinking about. This is not an actual laugh. You're not thinking something's funny. It's like you could be weeping and totally depressed because you know you're gonna die, but you keep hysterically laughing, which makes your whole body sore from constantly laughing over and over again. And An was beginning to experience that. She would be weeping and laughing at the same time. And think about this, everybody else who's in the village, they know what this means. And so their preparations for her death are only getting more and more ramped up. They're getting ready for the big ritualistic funeral they're going to give to An. And so An, as she's hysterically laughing, is fully aware that everybody's just waiting for her to die. And finally, just a few weeks after she had begun the laughing side of Kuru, An would pass away, almost exactly 1 year from when she first noticed the trembling in her hand when she was cooking over that fire. If you don't know this, late last year, we launched a brand new, strange, dark, and mysterious show called Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries. And so far, people love it. It is a free weekly show where each week we explore a new, baffling mystery originating from the one place we all can't escape, our own bodies. Topics discussed on the show range from obscure diseases and freak occurrences to totally weird medical mishaps that sometimes result in big, amazing discoveries and other times result in just unimaginable suffering and death. So, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious, then you really ought to give Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries a try. To start listening, go look up and follow Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries on any podcast platform, and boom, you're in. You got yourself a new weekly show. But if you're super impatient, like I am, and you can't wait a whole week to get a new episode, well, with your Prime membership, you can listen to an entire batch of 8 episodes at once, because we release them 8 at a time on Amazon Music. Also, on Amazon Music, there are no ads. And if all this was not enough to sell you on maybe giving the show a try, well, then stick around at the end of this video, and I'll play you a sneak peek from our newest episode of Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries. After On's death, more and more people just kept on getting Kuru. And over the next 7 years, it was like clockwork. 200 plus 4A people died from Kuru every year, and nobody had any idea how to stop it. It just became a part of their lives. And again, they kept getting closer and closer to being extinct. It was this really terrifying time. 7 years after On's death, so in 1961, a medical anthropologist named Shirley Lindenbaum was sitting in her office at City University in New York reading over old scientific articles. And as she was just kind of flipping through them, she noticed there was an article from an Australian anthropologist named Ronald Burt, the same guy who had turned On away and told her, no, you don't have Kuru, that's not real, it's psychosomatic. And in this article, Ronald outlined these symptoms that the 4A people were exhibiting that obviously were not real. They had tremors, loss of muscle control, and huge mood swings. But Ronald was like, it's all in their head. It's not a real disease. But to Shirley, as she's reading this, she's thinking, why has Ronald decided this has to be psychosomatic? These symptoms seem like a real disease, like a neurological condition. Something must be attacking their brains, causing them to have these symptoms and then die. But when Shirley, just out of curiosity, began to do some additional research on the Kuru disease, or whatever you want to call it, she discovered that there was basically no real research other than Ronald's about this weird illness. And so she decided, you know what, there's a gap in the research, and I'm going to fill it. I'm going to figure out what's going on with the 4A people and this weird thing called Kuru. So the following summer, when Shirley finally had some time, she left New York and flew to Papua New Guinea, and she made her way into the forest to contact the 4A people. And eventually she reached some of these small villages that contained 4A people, and the 4A people, even if they didn't necessarily embrace Shirley, many of them were open to at least speaking to her and talking about their culture, their customs, their history, and of course, talking about Kuru, this curse. And eventually, Shirley made her way into this one particular 4A village where she actually saw a white man just walking around in this village. So he really stood out. And so immediately, Shirley walked up to this guy, and he introduced himself as Dr. Michael Alpers, and he told Shirley he had been living in these villages with the 4A people for several months because he was studying Kuru. He wanted to figure out, what's actually causing it, because he also felt very skeptical at the idea that this is just psychosomatic. That did not seem very plausible. And so Shirley and Dr. Alpers were totally aligned, and they're like, hey, let's swap notes and do this together. And so Shirley began telling Dr. Alpers about what she had learned so far, and she said that when she showed up in Papua New Guinea, she believed what this was, what Kuru was a genetic brain disease, meaning it would be passed down from, parent to child and so on and so forth. But she quickly discovered that after conducting research and talking to the 4A people in these villages, that was not the case. This was not something that went from parent to child. Instead, Kuru appeared to spread amongst tight-knit social groups within these villages, which seemed to indicate this was actually a contagious disease, not a genetic one. And so she told Dr. Alpers that now her working theory was that Kuru was actually a contagious type of encephalitis, which is inflammation of the brain. But Shirley also said to Dr. Alpers that that did not explain why so many victims of Kuru were female. And Shirley also said to Dr. Alpers that, I've been around loads of people with Kuru, and I don't have it, so how can it be contagious? Dr. Alpers agreed with everything Shirley was saying, and in fact had come to a similar conclusion himself, which meant he also had the same questions. Why only women, and why wasn't he getting it? But he told Shirley that when he began trying to answer this question, he discovered that actually, in addition to lots of women getting Kuru, also lots of kids got Kuru. Not necessarily parent to child, but also children in these villages seemed to be slightly more susceptible to getting Kuru than men. And in fact, Dr. Alpers told Shirley that right now there was a 12-year-old boy who was in the final stage of Kuru, so the laughing stage, the terminal stage, and because this boy's parents knew their son was going to die, they were so desperate and grief-stricken that when Dr. Alpers came by and offered to do an autopsy on their son when he passed to try to learn more, the parents agreed, even though that meant totally breaking 4A custom. So this was like major taboo decision. But again, the 4A people are getting more and more desperate as they go closer and closer to the brink of extinction from Kuru. A few days later, Dr. Alpers found Shirley, and he told her that the 12-year-old boy had passed away, and so now it was time to conduct the autopsy. And so he led Shirley to a clearing in the woods that was kind of far away from the eyes of the villagers, and there was a makeshift autopsy table with this boy's body on it. And while Shirley really could not stand to watch this actually happen, she did go over after Dr. Alpers had opened up the boy's skull, revealing his brain. And he yelled to her, "Hey, you have to come over here and look at this." And so Shirley walked over and she looked down, and even though she had not seen a human brain before right in front of her, she knew right away there's something terribly wrong with that brain. His brain was completely shriveled up and covered in holes, as if like a worm had drilled through his brain. And so Shirley and Dr. Alpers immediately knew this brain has to be sent off for further testing because something's happening here that's not psychosomatic. This is a real disease that is killing these people. About a year later, Shirley was back home in New York in her office when she received a letter from a research team at the United States National Institutes of Health, or NIH for short. And the NIH is one of the largest medical research facilities in the world. And it was where Shirley and Dr. Alpers had sent off that boy's brain for further study. And so by getting this letter, Shirley knew she was going to get information about whatever they discovered in this boy's brain. And so she ripped it open and pulled out the report and began reading. And the researchers said they had spent the last year, studying this brain tissue. And while they still didn't really understand how Kuru even happened and what caused it, was it a virus or an infection? They didn't know, but they had discovered something about how Kuru spread. During one of their experiments, the NIH researchers had injected some tissue from this boy's brain into a chimpanzee, and very quickly, that chimpanzee developed Kuru. And so this told the researchers that yes, Kuru was contagious, and it spread through infected brain tissue. But how one person's infected brain got into another person's brain was the big mystery. But at least they had found something. But as Shirley read this, because she had done all that research when she went into the forests of Papua New Guinea and spoke to all these 4A people, she had learned a lot about what they did on a day-to-day basis and, what their various customs and rituals were. And she actually knew exactly how something like this could happen, something that only the 4A people were doing. During her research in Papua New Guinea, Shirley had learned that 4A people believe all humans have 5 distinct souls. There was that one soul that 4A people believed they could basically summon up out of a deceased person that would then go avenge that person's death. So think about how all those people who died from Kuru, they believed that was a curse from some sorcerer. And so a big part of that funeral process was to call out that soul to go avenge their death, go find the sorcerer and kill them. But that was just one soul. There were 4 others. And of these 4 others, there was one called the Quila, which was the most dangerous. Quila meant flesh in the 4A people's language, and this soul was like a manifestation of death and decay, because that's what our flesh does. It just kind of gradually dies all the time. And so they looked at the flesh as being a really bad thing. And so they believed after someone died, their flesh needed to be stored properly. Otherwise, it would pollute the air and cause more death and decay for other people that were still alive. And the safest place, according to the 4A people, for the Quila to be stored, so human flesh, was inside of a woman's body. And the reason for this is 4A people believe women's bodies are much more resilient than men's, and so if anybody could withstand holding Quila inside of them, it would be the women. But there was a very specific process that the 4A women had to follow in order to kind of put this Quila inside of themselves. And multiple 4A women had explained this totally bizarre process to Shirley when she was out there talking to the people in the village. The way it worked is a few days after a 4A member has passed away, this huge feast is prepared. Except the feast only consists of the Quila. Basically, the person who is dead is chopped up and prepared by the women, like their entire body gets consumed. Now, keep in mind, anybody hearing about this who's not a member of the 4A people would be like, oh my god, that's horrible. But to 4A people, this ritualistic cannibalism was actually an act of love. The idea was, by having these women consume the Quila, consuming the dead person, you're protecting the living, because you don't want the Quila out and about polluting the air, and you are respecting the dead. But remember, Kuru got spread through infected brain tissue. And it just so happened that during these funeral feasts, when they were consuming the Quila, the brain of the deceased person was an absolute delicacy. And so the brain was reserved for close female relatives of the deceased person. And so during An's sister's funeral, so when Ton passed, what do you think An ate? She ate Ton's brain. And then also, critically, Shirley had learned that a lot of these women who were given the brain, this delicacy during these funerals, they would often sneak little pieces of the brain and hand it out to kids as like a little treat. They would take the brain and eat it, nobody knew. That's why the kids were also getting Kuru. And so a few years after this incredible discovery by Shirley about how Kuru was being passed along, the Australian colonial government banned the practice of ritualistic cannibalism in Papua New Guinea. Basically, they were telling the 4A people to stop eating the dead. It's what's killing you. And the 4A people, who were very desperate to stop being killed by Kuru, they took to it, stopped eating each other, and so Kuru was virtually eradicated, and the 4A population, instead of sliding towards extinction, actually began to grow really fast. And today, the total population has at least doubled. And also, just to close this out, one final note is it took until 1990 to actually figure out what was going on inside of these people's bodies when they had Kuru. Because back in the 60s, when they figured out how not to get Kuru, nobody understood what was even happening. It was just like, don't eat other people and you'll be okay, but that's all they knew. And while the process in the human body that caused Kuru remained a mystery for many decades after Shirley's big discovery, in the 1990s, researchers did finally figure out what's actually going on. Basically, somebody with Kuru has these proteins in their brain called prions that fold wrong into the wrong shape and then cannot function properly. This loss of protein function rapidly kills brain cells, which in turn shrivels up the brain and causes all those holes all over it. Okay, here is the clip from our newest episode of Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries. Enjoy.
A 40-year-old man stood next to his teenage daughter in a hospital room, clutching her hand as she lay there unconscious on a gurney. A flurry of doctors and nurses moved all around them, securing an oxygen mask over the girl's nose and jabbing her arms with needles. The father couldn't believe this was really happening. Just an hour ago, he'd come home to find his daughter passed out on the floor of the kitchen. Her face and neck were totally beet red. He didn't know what had happened, but his best guess was that maybe she had accidentally overheated the oven while making food, and then when she opened up the oven door, a rush of heat came out and it burned her. He didn't know what else could make her look so sunburned on such a cloudy December day. A nurse put her arms on the father's shoulders and told him he needed to step aside. So the father squeezed his daughter's hand one more time, then let the nurse guide him out of the hospital room. The nurse told the father that his daughter's kidneys were failing. They were going to rush her to the intensive care unit for emergency dialysis. The father blinked, trying to process what the nurse had just told him. He didn't understand how his daughter's burned skin could lead to kidney failure. People died from that. He watched helplessly as the medical team wheeled his daughter's gurney out of the room and down the hallway. And as they disappeared through a set of double doors, it hit him that he might have just seen his little girl alive for the last time. The father prayed that her doctors could figure out what was wrong with her before it was too late.
So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's story, well, guess what? We just released a new binge of more medical mysteries on Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries, which is a podcast under the Ballen Studios umbrella. All you got to do is go look up Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries on any platform. It's free. There's loads of episodes you can listen to right now that sound an awful lot like this one, so go check it out. Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries. Until next time, thank you so much. See ya. Wait, don't go anywhere. If you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious videos, click here.
Live stream? What? Wait. Wait, is he live right now? No, that was 2 months ago. That was 11 days ago. Alright. Okay, that was actually insane. A brain... a disease of the brain being spread because they were eating the... Oh. Alright, that is actually kind of insane. Alright. So I want to take one more video. Raven Moon? There we go. Hello? There.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Anyways, but I am going to put on another video because... But that one was insane. That one was just... No, so apparently proteins in the brain, if they fail, they form badly. And then you get this sickness called Kuru. That's actually quite wild.
Mm-hmm.
So, should we... This must be the worst way to die? No, I don't... Top 3 places you can't go. Maybe not. That might be triggering because it has a warning sign. Caribbean disaster, distressing content. Okay, not that.
It's up to you.
Yeah, but I'm trying to find something that is interesting and yet, you know, actually kind of like, what did I just... The world's worst babysitter. We watched that one a little long ago. Or actually a little while ago. All-inclusive package from hell. Okay. Or should we take she ignored the warning siren? All-inclusive package from hell, or she ignored the warning siren? Ignored the warning siren. Chat, which one? Which one are we taking? Which one do you want, Raymond? All-inclusive package from hell, or she ignored the warning siren?
She ignoring the warning siren.
Okay. Chat. Which one? Going once. Going twice. And we're off. Okay, stick around to the very end of the video to see one of my dumbest advertisements yet. Yes, we will get a laughter as well after the video. Alrighty.
Yay.
Okay, so I would appreciate if you muted, sweetheart.
Okie dokie.
Thank you. I'm muting myself as well. Let's go.
In 2017, a group of 7 friends were wandering through this forest in New Zealand trying to get to this secret swimming spot. And as they're walking along this dirt trail far away from the road and there's no one near them, they suddenly hear this high-pitched, shrill siren sound coming from somewhere off in the forest. And so the group stops, they're listening to the siren, and eventually, after about 30 seconds, the siren stops. And at that point, these 7 friends begin exchanging very curious looks about what they just heard, but ultimately, they shrug it off and just keep on walking. Little did they know, that siren was trying to tell them to turn around and go the other way. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please send the like button a beautifully wrapped gift for their birthday, but fill the gift with a spring-loaded boxing glove that punches them right in the face when they open it. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. On the morning of Monday, February 6th, 2017, a group of 7 friends who were all college-aged and living in New Zealand began packing up their cars and getting ready to drive back to Auckland, the biggest city in New Zealand. The night before, the group had been out on Lake Tikitapu for a big concert called Flocella, where audience members would listen to the music while floating around on big blow-up rafts and floats. After the concert had ended, the group of friends had left the lake and headed to a nearby relative's house where they had a quiet after-party with a couple of drinks, and then everyone went to bed a little bit after midnight. This morning, the group had gotten up early because they wanted to get on the road as soon as possible to try to beat the holiday traffic that was sure to crop up that day on the way back to Auckland. February 6th is a big national holiday in New Zealand. It's called Waitangi Day, and it's to commemorate the initial signing of the Treaty of Waitangi, which is considered to be the founding document of the country. But right as the 7 friends had finished packing up their 3 cars and were getting ready to begin their 3-hour drive north to Auckland, one of the friends, a 21-year-old named Rachel De Jong, suggested they take a quick detour before they head back home. Rachel, along with another girl in this group of friends named Maddie, had several months earlier discovered this secret swimming spot that was located only about 15 minutes away from where they were now, and it happened to be on the way back to Auckland. This swimming spot was this beautiful green-blue pool of fairly deep water that was located in the middle of a forest. This pool was actually a part of the Waikato River. However, this stretch of the river where the pool was either very shallow or dry most of the time. So as a result, this pool actually looked like a standalone body of water. While there was no official trail that led through the forest to this pool of water, there was an unofficial trail. It was basically a dirt trail that cut through the woods that had formed over the years of locals tromping their way to this pool of water. After hearing Rachel's suggestion, the group of friends all agreed that this sounded like a great idea. And so the group piled into their 3 cars, and then by around 11:40 a.m., Rachel and Maddie had directed the convoy all the way to the start of this unofficial dirt trail, which was located right on the side of a winding main road. After pulling their cars safely off to the side of the road, the group got out, and then Rachel and Maddie led them to the start of this trail, and they began walking through the forest. 15 minutes later, at 11:55 a.m., the group was getting very close to the water because the trees up ahead were starting to thin out. But also at 11:55 a.m., the group suddenly stopped because from somewhere out in the forest, way off in front of them, came this loud, shrill siren sound. And it went on for nearly 20 or 30 seconds, and then it just came to a stop. And the group kind of looked around at each other. No one knew what to make of the siren, and so eventually they just kind of shrugged it off and kept on walking. Within a minute of that siren sound coming to an end, the group had made it to the end of this unofficial dirt track, which placed them at the edge of this beautiful overlook down to the pool they were going to swim in. And so they began one by one climbing down the rocks in front of them, where there were some ropes that had been put up to help people climb down to the water. And so after they got down to the water, all of them stripped down to their bathing suits, they jumped into the pool, and they began swimming out towards the center of the pool, where there were these two big rocks that jutted up out of the water, almost like miniature islands. And so Rachel and the other women, so 5 of them, they climbed onto one of the rocks, and the 2 men who were part of this group climbed onto the other rock. And so they got up onto these rocks and they're looking around, taking in the sights, and then at 11:58 a.m., another siren blasts across the forest. It's the same sound as the one they heard 3 minutes earlier when they were on the dirt track. And so once again, all 7 of them are kind of looking at each other wondering, what is this siren about? But after the 20 or 30 second long siren came to an end, they glanced around them and there was no sign of any danger. There was no sign of really anything happening at all. It was just this beautiful, peaceful seeming oasis. And so before long, they had forgotten about the siren again, and Rachel had gotten out her camera and she was taking pictures, and others were taking pictures as well. And then 2 minutes later, at 12 p.m., the siren sounded for a 3rd time. Now, at this point, the group has heard the siren 2 other times. And even though the sound of the siren was kind of jarring because it was so high-pitched and shrill and really cut into their ears, this time, because they've heard it 2 other times and nothing happened, they all pretty much immediately wrote it off. So the siren's sounding for the 3rd time, and the group is not really paying attention. But when the siren finally stops this 3rd time, something very different began to happen, and the group immediately noticed it. Now, I know everyone has a lot to do to prepare for International Pet and Electric Eel Day. From the eel cigarettes to lure the slippery, cuddly little creatures out of the murky deep, to the mega-sized pack of ace bandages you'll need for post-shock wound care, there's a lot you need to enjoy this holiday. But what always happens when you fire up your wood-fired laptop and begin looking for these items? You get hit with a pua! Bah! 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 But don't worry, you can get back to doing what you love, petting electrically charged animals in the name of tradition, if you just use NordVPN. A VPN, or virtual private network, is a service that keeps you safe when you browse the internet. And NordVPN is the brand name in the VPN space. Not only will NordVPN ensure that all of your data stays safely behind their wall of next-generation encryption, but also, most importantly, through their latest feature called Threat Protection, they will automatically block all those disgusting puas that keep disrupting your ability to purchase all of your various eel petting supplies. So, you can either sit on the sidelines this year while your family frolics about in the murky pools and calm stretches of the middle and lower Amazon and Orinoco river basins in South America petting truckloads of electric eels, or you can get NordVPN, and before long, you'll be up to your nostrils in cuddly electric eels looking for a good pet. Currently, the best deal for NordVPN is through my YouTube offer. Right now, you can get a 2-year plan at a huge discount, plus 4 additional months for free when you go to nordvpn.com/MrBallin. It's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. That's nordvpn.com/MrBallin, or click the link in the description. Okay, back to the story. When the 3rd siren came to a stop, the friends started to hear a new sound, and it was coming from the same direction the siren had been coming from, which in effect was upstream. Even though this river was basically dry, they could turn and look uphill, and they could clearly see where the river would go if it was full. And so the friends turn and look upstream, and they're listening to this really loud kind of smashing sound that's coming from that direction, and they're exchanging curious looks at each other, trying to figure out what that sound could be. And then all of a sudden, they see it. A white wall of water comes crashing around the corner and began barreling straight down the riverbed towards them. By the time the friends had even processed what they were seeing, the water had reached the pool they were in, and it was flooding the pool so quickly, they could literally see this huge pool rising. Its water levels were going up and up and up all around them. And so as the rocks they're standing on began to slowly submerge under all this rising water, the group collectively decided that this can't go on for very long. Whatever this is, it's gonna stop, so just stay put, stay on these rocks, we're gonna be okay. However, within seconds, the rocks they were on were completely submerged, and the water was still tumbling down the hill towards their pool and then spilling out over the other side down the other end of the riverbed. And they're thinking to themselves, if we don't get off these rocks soon, we're going to get swept downstream with this water. And so the two men who were on their own rock, they leapt to a rocky outcropping that was slightly higher up and was connected back up to the forest. And so this rocky outcropping represented safety. And so once they were up there, they turned around and they yelled to the 5 women still stranded on their rock to try to swim over to them, and the guys would grab them and pull them to safety. But by this point, the girls are looking around, the water's up to their knees, and it's rushing past them. They can barely keep their balance. They know if they attempt to swim in this water, they're going to immediately be taken downstream with it. And so the group very quickly decides their only choice is for the women to literally jump and grab the men who have their arms outstretched for them. And so Rachel DeJong, she was the first one to try this. She leaps off the rock, she grabs the guy's arms, and she gets pulled to safety. And then she turns around, and she and the other 2 men continue to get the women to jump off the rock to them. And at first, it's going fairly well until they get down to the second to last woman who leaps. She grabs one of the guy's arms, and then both of them lose their footing, and the guy and the woman, they both get swept away downstream. They're gone. Rachel stays calm, and she moves to the position where the guy had been who just got swept away, and she takes out her GoPro camera selfie stick, and she extends it out to the last woman who's out on the rock. Her name is Alice. And she tells Alice, jump and grab the selfie stick. And so Alice, who's almost completely submerged in water now, makes this frantic jump to grab onto the selfie stick. She grabs it for a second, but then loses her grip, and she begins being swept away. And Rachel, who at this point was completely safe, immediately jumped into the rapids after Alice. She grabbed Alice, she attempted to turn around and grab the rock to stop them, but she couldn't get a grip. And she and Alice were also swept downstream out of view. 2 weeks before Rachel, Maddie, Alice, and the others had gone to this secret swimming spot, a warning sign, like a physical warning sign that warned people not to go near this river, don't go near this pool, was stolen. And that warning sign was normally placed at the very beginning of that unofficial dirt track that the 7 friends took to get to the pool. Meaning, when the 7 friends got out of their cars and began hiking into the forest to go to this pool, they would not have understood the danger of where they were going. Now, it is true that Rachel and Maddie had previously discovered this swim spot several months earlier. However, it seems like they had just learned that this swim spot existed and how to get to it. It did not seem like they had literally walked this trail and gotten to the pool, and so very likely they would not have known about the dangers this place posed. The pool of water they were swimming in was not actually dangerous itself. It was only dangerous because the pool was located in the middle of a spill zone. About 650 feet upstream of the pool they were swimming in is a dam, and 3 to 4 times a day, they open their gates, releasing 20,000 gallons of water per second down this mostly dry riverbed, and the water comes careening across that pool all the way to the bottom. The gates stay open for about 15 minutes, and the only reason this is done is for the spectacle of it. It's to show tourists what this riverbed looked like before the dam was built. And what this riverbed looked like before the dam was built was a raging rapid. On February 6th, 2017, the dam was set to spill at 12 p.m. So those sirens the friends heard at 11:55, 11:58, and then 12 were all warnings that a spill was about to occur. But of course, the 7 friends had no idea. After the 12 p.m. spill had finally ended, the 3 friends who had made it to the rocky outcropping and had not been swept away by the current went looking for the 4 other friends who had been swept away, and they would find them. 3 had miraculously survived, but 1 had not. The sole fatality was 21-year-old Rachel DeJong, whose idea it was to come and swim at this spot in the first place. Rachel also was the woman who had left safety and jumped back into the rapids to attempt to save her friend Alice. Today, there are many more warning signs and fences that have been put up around the Waikato River to prevent people from getting too close, because the dam still, despite the fatality, spills several times a day. However, despite all these precautions and all the notoriety around Rachel's death, people still today sneak in and go swimming in that secret pool. So that's going to do it. If you got something out of this episode and you haven't done this already, please send the like button a beautifully wrapped gift for their birthday, but fill the gift with a spring-loaded boxing glove that punches them in the face as soon as they open it. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. We now have a podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast that puts out brand new podcast exclusive stories on Monday mornings and remastered versions of our best YouTube videos on Thursday mornings. This podcast is going to be exclusive to Amazon Music starting November 1st of this year. But as of right now, it is still available on all podcast platforms everywhere. We now have a registered 501c3 charitable organization called the Mr. Ballin Foundation that makes it as easy as possible for you to join me, my family, and my team in supporting those whose lives have been most impacted by violent and heinous crimes. Monthly donors to the Mr. Ballin Foundation Honor Them Society will receive free gifts and exclusive invites to special live events. But the real reward is helping to rewrite the ending to the story for victims of violent crime. Go to MrBallin.Foundation and click Get Involved to join the Honor Them Society today. We also have 2 additional YouTube channels. One is called Mr. Ballin Shorts. The other is called Mr. Ballin en Espanol. We also put out near daily content on Facebook, Snapchat, and TikTok. Those are all just called Mr. Ballin. If you want to get in touch with me, please follow me on any major social media platform and then send me a direct message. My username is just @MrBallin, and I really do read the majority of my DMs. We also have some really cool merchandise, so head on over to shopmrballin.com to have a look. And if you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit, just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, Facebook, other YouTube channels, the podcast, wherever, just know that I really appreciate your support. And until next time, that's going to do it. See ya. Are you tired of having all that disgusting extra money in your wallet? Does wearing flannel at every occasion, regardless of temperature or general appropriateness, sound exciting to you? If you answered yes to both of those questions, then you've come to the right place, because just last week, we opened up our brand new Mr. Ballin Flannel Emporium, aka shopmrballin.com. From timeless classics like flannel tuxedos and flannel eyelash extensions, to more modern takes like flannel bell-bottoms and flannel wigs, shopmrballin.com has all your flannel fashion choices covered. But don't you dare come into our emporium unless you've already slapped the like button and the 5-star review button right in the front left tooth. Failure to do so will result in you instantly being shipped off to Bell's Canyon. So, come on down to the brand new shopmrballin.com Flannel Emporium and throw away all that disgusting extra money in your wallet. But hurry up, because the shop closes in less than 2 weeks. Again, go to shopmrballin.com for all your flannel needs. Shopmrballin.com.
You laugh. Not Bell's Canyon.
Not Bell's Canyon.
I was like, I thought talking about like sirens, like the mythology creature, not like.
No. This was a siren, like an actual siren, warning siren.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, because I'm like siren.
I think Scorpion just bunked you.
Ow, I'm not.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not. That's not what it looks like. I thought they meant like sirens, like you mean like mermaids.
No. This was a actual warning siren. But,
Okay.
Don't worry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, when he said siren, he heard that sound, that like high pitched.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the siren. Sorry.
I'm always thinking about. Yeah,
It's
whenever
okay.
you hear siren, like, or you mean like the actual, like you mean like the wee woo siren or the mythology creature?
An actual warning siren.
Okay. Sorry,
Alright.
Scorpion.
No. He's just bonking you like you're silly. You silly.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm a silly. Yeah.
Yes, we all have our silly moments. Trust me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry. They're like, what am I?
Stop saying sorry. You're fine.
Okay.
I'm petting your head. Now, I am kind of curious about the all-inclusive package from Hell. So I can watch one more.
Oh my god. I hope this doesn't give me nightmares.
Uh, I keep saying, instead of saying sorry, I say my bad. Because otherwise I get scolded. I can't. Oh, that's a good one. Okay, Taylor. All right. We're going. We're doing this. I love watching Mr. Ballin with chat because it is not everyone watches YouTube. That is just a known fact.
I watch YouTube.
Yeah, but not everyone does.
That's
so
true.
when I watch YouTube and people want to have a discussion with me after watching a video, I will happily do so. But I will be planning my debut and goals. I will have incentives for the top 3 with the subathon. So the top 3 gifters.
Ooh.
And I'm also planning that. I will be having incentives for the entire community. I'm thinking of getting a skin-friendly pen to write names on for a certain amount of gifted subs, and other things that are going to be planned and revealed. On the debut, there will be emotes, a lot of emotes that will be released, along with at least 3 new badges, if not more.
Oh, you want me to do an era? Okay.
Raven, yes.
Let me try. All right.
It's our.
I can try.
Okay.
Ara.
Ooh, that was good, actually. So yes, we are going to have some...
Scorpio.
Oh, he's a yay.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm a little shy about this. Oh my goodness.
You did a good job. Good job, Raven. Really good.
Thank you, Deadly.
Yes. Again, for those of you who missed it, we're going to be having some giveaways for the top 3. So I will be having some incentives for the top 3 gifters. Not giveaways, so incentives. Not giveaways. My bad on the wording. We will be having more emotes come out, more badges.
Mm-hmm.
And my model will also be rigged and ready. We will be debuting on the 25th of June.
Woo!
Yes, the 25th of June.
Let me mark that. Let me mark that.
Yeah. The 25th of June. And
wait, yeah, that's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday. And what will be happening is that I will try and have collabs with other streamers. I'm trying to get in touch with others. And I am down for playing whatever games I have in my library. I will also probably have a community day incentive as well. Yes. So we will either watch movies or something else entirely, but that is up for discussion, and I will be planning that. Taylor, I'll be snatching you probably tomorrow and asking questions. My partner is... Nope. Baldy. My friend snuck in here. Movie night? Alright.
What the?
I shall be right back.
Okie dokie.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, we are back.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Baldy just stopped by to say hi. And also, he cracked my back.
Yes.
No more pain. Alright. Yes, now we're gonna go ahead and watch All Inclusive Package from Hell.
This is gonna be interesting.
Very much so. So, let us jump in, shall we?
Yes.
In 2021, a mother and her 2 sons were on vacation in Cancun, Mexico. One night, while they were staying at their resort, all the kids were invited to play in this big game of resort-wide hide-and-seek, where the hotel staff would count and the kids would hide. And so one of this woman's sons decided he wanted to play, and after the staff began counting, he took off running. And after only a few seconds, he finds the perfect hiding spot. It's this little nook tucked away in the darkness right on the edge of the hotel's property. But after he got down in this little space and he tucked down and he's hiding, he realized he was not alone. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, the next time you're serving ice cream at the local county fair and the like button comes up to you and asks for a vanilla cone, give them one, but don't use vanilla ice cream, use vanilla mayonnaise. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. On or around June 10th, 2021, Jennifer Buell and her 2 sons, 12-year-old Charlie and 7-year-old Johnny, touched down at Cancun International Airport in Cancun, Mexico. The family, who lived in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, was there for a nice long vacation during the kids' summer break, which had started just a few weeks earlier. After getting off the plane and getting their luggage, the Buell family made their way out of the airport and they hopped on a shuttle that brought them to their resort. They were staying at Club Med Cancun, which is a very popular all-inclusive family resort that's located right at the tip of the Riviera Maya. And the Riviera Maya is just stunningly beautiful. It's this stretch on the western side of the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico that's basically all white sand beaches and beautiful clear turquoise water. But Club Med Cancun's fabulous location was not the only reason why families loved going there so much. Club Med, the huge hotel company behind this particular resort, is known for their gentils organisateurs. They call them GOs for short, and basically these are staff members employed by Club Med at all of their locations everywhere in the world whose sole job is to make sure the guests staying at their hotels have a truly unforgettable experience. And so these really friendly GOs are always walking around these hotels and talking to the guests and pointing them to the different places they can go within the hotel, and they encourage the guests to interact with each other and to participate in resort activities. And so a stay at a Club Med hotel, whether it's Cancun or anywhere in the world, is known to be very upbeat and highly interactive. So Jennifer and her 2 sons, they get off the shuttle at Club Med Cancun, they go inside, they get checked in, they make their way to their room, they drop their bags, and then they head out to explore the hotel. And pretty much right away, there were GOs all over the place coming up to welcome them to the hotel and pointing them to the best restaurants, the best places to go swimming, and what activities were coming up that night, and what to look forward to that week. And right away, what stood out to the Buell family, specifically Charlie and Johnny, was the Kids Club / Teens Club. Basically, the GOs organized really fun games and activities just for the kids, depending on what age they were. And so this was really appealing to Charlie and Johnny to go play with other kids. And it was appealing to Jennifer because this would mean she could go off and actually relax because she would have childcare. So, starting that first night and over the next week they were in Cancun, Jennifer made sure they always were around the resort so that the boys could just take off and go hang out with this kids club, teen club whenever they wanted. And so the routine that the Buell family adopted over the course of their vacation was they would get up early, they would go to the white sand beaches right outside of their resort, and then after coming back to the resort, Charlie would almost always cut loose and go hang out for the rest of the day with the kids in the teen club, kids club, and Johnny, he mostly stayed with his mom, but over the course of the day, he would leave and do one-off activities with the club. And then at 9:15 p.m. at night, the trio would always link up on the pool deck and they would make their way in to see one of the shows that the GOs were putting on, ranging from comedy sketches to circus tricks. And so all in all, the Buell family vacation to Cancun, Mexico was really going as well as it could have been, until a simple game of hide and seek changed everything. Today's video is sponsored by Rocket Money, formerly Truebill. When you become an adult, two things always happen. Number one, you immediately develop flu-like symptoms and they never really go away. And two, you sign up at the 400,000 yen annual subscription level to swearatawalrus.com, the beloved company that allows people to scream obscenities right at walruses' stupid faces, either in person or on a Zoom call. And while, of course, really giving it to a walrus is totally exhilarating, it is a fleeting pleasure. After all, studies have shown the average adult only cusses out 2.3 walrus before moving on to swearing at other animals like the ancient Egyptian Sphinx or various sea serpents. But the problem is, when we all inevitably fall out of love with swearatawalrus.com, we often, me included, forget to cancel our costly subscription. And this is why I signed up for Rocket Money. Rocket Money is the all-in-one finance platform that helps you save more and spend less. They do this in a variety of ways, including renegotiating your bills, from your internet service bills to your cable and phone bills. Rocket Money will alert you of important changes that impact your credit score, and they will give you insights to improve it. And most importantly, Rocket Money will scan the internet for all those random subscriptions you've forgotten about, like swearatawalrus.com, and they will cancel them for you. So, if you like berating walruses and not losing money, then Rocket Money is for you. To save more and spend less, join the 3.4 million members using Rocket Money. And I got the hookup. Go to rocketmoney.com/MrBallin or click the link in the description below. That's rocketmoney.com/MrBallin to get started for free. Okay, back to the story. On June 18th, so roughly 1 week after the Buell family had arrived in Mexico, the family got up and they began their typical vacation routine. They headed to the beach, and then afterwards, Charlie broke off and went to spend time with the kids at the teen club, kids club, and Johnny and Jennifer, they mostly stayed together for the rest of the afternoon. That evening, around 8:30 p.m., after all three of the Buells had had dinner, they decided to split up before rejoining at 9:15 to go in and see a show. Johnny wanted to head downstairs and go see a kids-only show. Jennifer wanted to head up to the second level to have chocolate fondue dessert with a friend she had made at the resort, and Charlie wanted to meet up with his friends from the Kids Club, Teens Club out on the pool deck where the GOs were organizing a big game of hide and seek. And so after watching his mother walk upstairs to the fondue restaurant and watching his younger brother head downstairs to the kids-only show, Charlie turned and ran towards the pool deck. And when he got there, he immediately linked up with his best friend from the vacation, a 13-year-old named Cyrus. And very quickly after that, the GOs who were on the pool deck with all these other kids that were out there, they said, okay, we're going to start counting. You guys all hide. And so the GOs, they walked to the side of this big pool deck, they covered their eyes, they began counting, and all the kids, Charlie and Cyrus included, scattered to find the best hiding spot. And right away, as Charlie and Cyrus are looking for places to hide, they're seeing the other kids are taking up all the best hiding spots. And so for a second, they're panicking. They're not going to have a good spot. Then both of the boys looked over to the side of the pool deck, and they realize there is a perfect hiding spot that nobody's taken. Around the outside of this huge open-air pool deck was a metal fence. It was only a couple of feet tall, and it was made up of metal bars so you could see right through it. It was basically in place just to denote the edges of the resort property, and on one length of this perimeter fence, the south side of this fence, there was a gate built into this fence. And this gate was almost always closed and locked. The only time it was opened was when a GO or another hotel staff member would open it to lead guests out of the resort property to go off and do some excursion. But for some reason, on the night of June 18th, this fence was wide open. On the other side of this fence was just a small rectangular platform that jutted out about 10 feet from the pool deck, same level as the pool deck. And if you were standing on this platform with your back to the pool deck, on your left side would be a very small flight of stairs, just a couple of steps going down. And so Charlie and Cyrus, they look over and they see this gate is open, and they know there are those stairs kind of tucked down below the platform, and they're thinking, if we crouch down on those steps, no one will see us from the pool deck. We'll be obscured from view. And so Charlie and Cyrus, they run over to the open gate, they go through, they walk down a couple of steps, and they kind of tuck themselves down so they can barely look up and over onto the pool deck to see if anyone's coming, but they can tell there's no way anyone is going to see them unless they literally walk through the gate and are looking down the steps at them. And so Charlie and Cyrus, they're giggling with excitement because they know they have found the perfect hiding spot. And they're listening as the GOs are calling out, okay, ready or not, here we come. And after a couple of minutes, they're hearing the sound of the GOs finding all the other kids all over the pool deck. You know, there were some really good hiding spots, but eventually all the kids are found except for Charlie and Cyrus. And so Charlie and Cyrus, they start looking at each other and they're really excited about this, but they know no one's going to find them. But right before Cyrus and Charlie stood up and revealed themselves, Cyrus happened to notice there was a hose, like a garden hose, that was draped down the steps that they were on, and for some reason, the water was turned on. And so Cyrus grabbed the hose, and as he stood up, turning away from Charlie, he began spraying the water onto the pool deck, onto the GOs and all the kids who didn't know where they were. And so everybody on the pool deck is suddenly laughing and running away from the water. It's totally chaos, and Cyrus thinks it's hysterical. He's still just spraying everybody down. And then at some point, Cyrus stops and turns to see what Charlie's reaction is to this absolute bedlam that he's created on the pool deck. But when Cyrus turns around, Charlie's not there. Meanwhile, two other hotel guests who had nothing to do with this game of hide and seek, it was a mother and her adult son, they were having a meal up in the second floor restaurant that overlooked the pool deck. And as they're sitting there enjoying their meal, they suddenly hear the sound of boys screaming. Now, immediately, they both can tell this is not a play scream. Someone is actually in danger, someone is hurt, something's going on here, and they try to look down onto the pool deck where these screams seem to be coming from, but they can't tell. It's dark out there, they can't see what's going on, and so acting on instinct, the woman and her son just stand up and start running through the restaurant and making their way downstairs. And as they're doing this, the woman's husband actually sees her charging through, and he, along with two other boys that happen to be near him, just start running after them, knowing that whatever's going on, it's bad, so they have to go help. And so when these 5 people get down to the pool deck, they hear the sound of the boys screaming again, and they can tell it's coming from that open gate, that platform area where Charlie and Cyrus had been hiding. And so these 5 people charge through the still open gate, they go out onto this platform and they look down the little flight of stairs and they see Cyrus. They don't see anybody else on the platform, it's just this one boy, and he looks totally shaken up, totally hysterical, and it's clear he is one of the boys that was screaming. And then before they could even ask him what was going on, they hear a sound coming from somewhere below the steps, and they all turn, and literally out of the darkness, Charlie just suddenly emerges, and he looks up at the adults and just says in a very calm voice, "Save me, save me." This normally completely off-limits, fenced-off platform that jutted out past the pool deck where the boys were hiding, that was actually a dock that sat over a swampy lagoon, and underneath that dock was a nest of crocodiles. And when Cyrus and Charlie were on that lower step, the crocodiles had noticed them, and when Cyrus had stood up and begun spraying the water onto the pool deck, one of those crocodiles, a 13-foot monster, had come out of the water, turned around, and literally leapt up onto those steps, bit Charlie by the leg, and pulled him into the water. The screams that woman and her son had heard while they were in that restaurant were Cyrus's and Charlie's, because initially when Charlie was pulled into the water, he didn't go directly under. And so Cyrus had managed to grab onto Charlie's arms, and he was trying to to pull Charlie out of the crocodile's mouth, and the two of them were screaming for help. But by the time that woman and the other 4 people got down to the platform, Cyrus lost his grip on Charlie, and the croc and Charlie went under the water. And so those 5 people were standing there when the crocodile and Charlie just came back out of the water. And that's when Charlie was saying, "Save me, save me." He was in the crocodile's mouth. And when these 5 people saw Charlie and understood what was going on, without any hesitation, the adults leapt into the dark lagoon waters that are clearly infested with crocodiles and began beating the crap out of this crocodile. And while this melee is happening in these dark, murky lagoon waters with crocodiles everywhere, someone had gone into the fondue bar and told Jennifer, "Your son's being attacked by a crocodile." And she instantly leapt up and just ran across the restaurant, knocking anything over that was in her way. And finally, she got downstairs to the pool deck. She went through that gate out to that platform, and she saw her boy. Charlie was laying on his back, surrounded by totally frantic and hysterical adults. Charlie's leg looked like it had been through a meat grinder, but Charlie was awake and he was talking to the adults near him. In the time it took Jennifer to run through the restaurant and get down to the pool deck, those adults who had leapt into the murky lagoon water to fight with this crocodile had literally beaten it so badly that it released Charlie. And according to the people who watched this happen, this crocodile was putting up an unbelievable fight. It was whipping its head side to side, tearing into Charlie's leg. It kept pulling Charlie deeper and deeper into the water, and these adults just didn't stop. They were yanking on this crocodile, punching its eyes, gouging its eyes, and finally it worked. When Charlie was finally pulled to safety and was laying on the dock, he was in rough shape, and no one knew if he was going to survive or not. But luckily, there just happened to be a trauma nurse who was staying at the resort who came outside. She assessed the situation and she took charge. She stopped the bleeding in his leg, and she stayed with him and kept him calm until paramedics finally arrived. Charlie would be rushed to the hospital, where he would immediately undergo several surgeries that would save his life. Also, surgeons were able to miraculously save his leg. Initially, it seemed like he might have to have it amputated. As for Club Med, their response to this incident was enormous. Not only did they pay for all of Charlie's medical bills, but they also invested a lot of money into securing not only that fence and gate that led to the dock where he was attacked, but also just generally speaking around the resort to make sure there were no more attacks. Today, Charlie is back in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania with his family, and considering the horrible trauma he went through, he's remarkably well adjusted. In fact, in the Halloween that followed this attack, Charlie dressed up as a crocodile. So that's going to do it. If you got something out of this episode and you haven't done this already, the next time you're working at the local county fair selling ice cream and the like button comes up to you and asks for a vanilla ice cream cone, sell it to them, but replace the vanilla ice cream with vanilla mayonnaise. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. We have a podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast that puts out brand new, never before heard stories on Monday mornings and remasters of our best YouTube videos on Thursday mornings. Currently, that podcast is available everywhere, but starting on November 1st of this year, our podcast is going to be shifted exclusively to Amazon Music. We now have a registered 501c3 charitable organization called the Mr. Ballin Foundation that makes it as easy as possible for you to join me, my family, and my team in supporting those whose lives have been most impacted by violent and heinous crimes. Monthly donors to the Mr. Ballin Foundation Honor Them Society will receive free gifts and exclusive invites to special live events. But the real reward is helping to rewrite the ending to the story for victims of violent crime. Go to MrBallin.Foundation and click on Get Involved to join the Honor Them Society today. We also have 2 additional YouTube channels. One is called Mr. Ballin Shorts. The other is called Mr. Ballin en Espanol. We also have a Facebook, Snapchat, and TikTok page, all called Mr. Ballin, that put out near daily content. If you want to get in touch with me, please follow me on any major social media platform and then send me a direct message. My username is just @Mr. Ballin, and I really do read the majority of my DMs. DMs. We also have some really cool merchandise, so head on over to shopmrballin.com to have a look. And if you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit, just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, Facebook, other YouTube channels, the podcast, wherever, just know that I really appreciate your support. And until next time, that's going to do it. See ya. Are you tired of having all that disgusting extra money in your wallet? Does wearing flannel at every occasion, regardless of temperature or general appropriateness, sound exciting to you? If you answered yes to both of those questions, then you've come to the right place, because just last week, we opened up our brand new Mr. Ballin Flannel Emporium, aka shopmrballin.com. From timeless classics like flannel tuxedos and flannel eyelash extensions, to more modern takes like flannel bell-bottoms and flannel wigs, shopmrballin.com has all your flannel fashion choices covered. But don't you dare come into our emporium unless you've already slapped the like button and the 5-star review button right in the front left tooth. Failure to do so will result in you instantly being shipped off to Bell's Canyon. So, come on down to the brand new shopmrballin.com Flannel Emporium and throw away all that disgusting extra money in your wallet. But hurry up, because the shop closes in less than 2 weeks. Again, go to shopmrballin.com for all your flannel needs. shopmrballin.com.
I do love his video.
Damn. Yeah, that's why you should never mess with crocodiles, because they will.
They didn't know crocodiles were there.
Exactly, and plus, I'm like, shouldn't the parents? I think it's not the parents' fault, because they should be like supervising.
No, so this is a family-friendly resort, and they have people dedicated. But this just was an unlucky accident of circumstance, and they paid for the whole thing.
Oh my lord!
So the resort that they were staying, the place there, they paid for the surgeries and everything, because it was their fault that the gate was open. So they didn't put the blame on the parents or the kids or anything like that. They just went, no, we're paying for this. And also invested money into making it more secure and this to never happen again.
Yeah, well, that's good.
Yeah, did you not hear what I heard?
I did.
Yes, so it was, so nothing like that will happen again.
Yeah, I hope so. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Well, they probably made sure of it with all the extra money added into the security of that location.
Yep.
Yes, okay. So, I feel like that is not enough. I really don't. Like, I must find it another.
Well, sadly I need to go, because I need to go dry some dishes.
All right.
But I want to stay with you more.
But go do chores.
I'll probably get back to you later, or if you're still streaming.
I'll probably do one more video and then write out.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay. So yeah. I'm perfect timing.
Yes. But thank you for joining us here.
You're welcome. I had fun hanging out with you this morning.
Well, I had fun hanging out with you too. Thanks to chat.
You're welcome.
And by the way, very good job on the RR.
Thank you. You're welcome. So hopefully I'll see you again next time.
I will be streaming on Monday.
Yay!
Hopefully with a little bit more energy, because I am really hoping this period will stop.
Yeah,
soon.
I probably won't be able to join VC again, because because later I have to go volunteer at the shelter on Monday.
All right, but that's okay.
Yeah,
real life comes first, dear.
But I always enjoy having. That's why I try my best to try to join your VCs, because they're
nice.
Yeah, it's really fun. even though I don't talk a lot. And
Well, that's perfectly fine. Cool.
alrighty, so I'll see you Monday, Miss Deadly.
All right. See you then. Bye.
Bye.
That was Raven. One. Oh. Wait, no, that's the fight one. I meant. Aww. Okay. I am wondering which one. Taylor, get in here. Oh. Better. I should be able to NBC. Horror. Horror. I want something horrifying that I haven't watched yet. I want chills up my spine. What do you got for me? Down a little. How about you just come into the VC so you can help me? Help! Alright, we're waiting on Taylor so he can tell me which one. It should be.
Okay.
Hello, Taylor.
Hello.
Oh, you sound tired.
I haven't slept yet,
What?
so I'm just chilling.
I need. Okay, who has my pillow arsenal? Who stole it?
It wasn't me. I swear it's the one-armed man.
Yes, so,
you want like a scary one?
Oh yeah, I do. One that I haven't seen before. I'm like,
Let's see.
Top 3 photos with disturbing backstories, part 22.
That I like that one. Specifically, I just like that picture. Because the story is interesting.
Okay, but it's not horror.
It's not like a oh my god, that's scary.
Okay, horrifying true story of Katy Perry's ex. Nah.
That one wasn't scary either. That one was more like
Like what? Like I had to like, huh? Like that?
I get, huh?
The horrifying true story of Katy Perry's ex is like, huh?
It's like a. It's like a. How do I say? It's like a man. That's just wild.
Oh, okay.
It's not like a. Oh my god, he was so scary.
Okay. So what is scary one?
I'm also looking from your stream, so I'm a little. They have those that are in. He has one that gives you like several that just give you anxiety. if that's the kind of scary you're looking for, or if you're like, hey, ghosts are here.
Oh yeah, the flight one was like That is terrifying.
I really like that one though.
Yeah, I liked it, but it also gave me chills. Like, ooh, ooh, ooh.
Like, bro.
Like chill up my spine, going, nope.
But it was so good though.
It was really good, but the freaking company tried to sweep it under the rug.
They tried to sweep it under the rug, and then the ghosts were like, "Nah." And then
nah,
like,
man.
You know what? You know what? Just take everything out. Just take everything out. But it still works. I don't care. Take it out.
It still works. Take the fucking parts out. No more ghosts in the flights.
And they're just like, "Oh, okay. I guess we're chilling then."
Okay. Top 3 scariest true stories, spooky stories, part 2. Wait, should we find part 1?
We can find part 1.
Okay, now we're gonna have to search.
It should be a little bit lower.
Okay, top 3. Nope.
I remember that. The stories with the photos with the backstories up there. Oh, not the places you can't go. That's just anxiety.
Yeah, I know. I'm not watching those. I'm like, no. Top 3 people swallowed alive by the forest.
You won't scare me?
No. That's something for later.
With no resolution, they just gone.
It's like, wait, huh? This man was the Nazis' worst nightmare.
Oh, that one's funny.
It's like some of these names are just like, wait, what? Wait, what were we looking for again? Shit.
It was the 3 stories. 3 real spooky stories, I think.
Top 3 scariest
Part
true
1?
stories, spooky stories part 2, but we're trying to find part 1.
But shit, that was 3 years ago.
Yes.
I've been watching Bro for 3.
Been watching Bro since he started.
Whoa.
Yes. But I love Mr. Ballin. He has some insane story, but his research is insane. Okay, top 3 scariest true stories, spooky stories, part 1. Let's freaking go.
Okay. Let's see what's up.
All right,
I gotta mute.
Today's theme is very simple, scary stories. But before I get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel because that's all we do, and we upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please eat all of the like button's Oreos except for one and put it back in the pantry, and then also crumple all of their potato chips. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. In 2010, an avid caver named Jeff decided to go to Madagascar to explore a natural cave shaft he had discovered years earlier. He arrived in country, he got a rental car, and he hired a guide to take him out to the area where he knew this cave was going to be. When he got out to that area, he used his notebook where he had taken notes the last time he was here, and he used that to find the opening to the cave. He paid the guide to stick around at the car while he went down and explored this cave. He assured him it was not going to be for a very long time. The shaft was approximately 50 meters deep and 1 meter across, so it's pretty narrow, and the first 20 meters of the descent are on a bit of an angle, and then the final 30 meters are down at a straight vertical drop. At the bottom of this cave was this opening where you could actually stand up and walk around, but there were no other tunnels to explore at the bottom, so you would just go down, touch the bottom, and go back up. The visibility inside of the shaft was limited because all you had was the light that was coming in, and because of how narrow the opening was, Jeff's body would obscure a lot of the sunlight coming in. So once Jeff got a few meters down into the tunnel, he would rely on his headlamp. So Jeff enters the cave and he makes his way down to the 20-meter mark. So that's where the tunnel goes from being on an angle to being straight. And he's about to make that final descent down that final 30 meters when he notices something out of the corner of his eye. And he focuses his light on the side of the shaft, and he sees thousands of black widow spiders trying to escape the light. They're scattering all over the walls. And he looks around him and he realizes from his position down on the vertical section of the shaft is covered in black widow spiders. As much as Jeff wanted to stop right there and go right back up to the surface, he couldn't. In order to go back up this line that he was rappelling down on, he needed technical gear. And his technical gear was packed in his backpack, and it would just be totally unsafe trying to fish it out of his bag. And so he would have to descend the final 30 meters to the bottom, then take his pack off, get the gear out, and go back up. So Jeff took a deep breath, and he began his slow, awful descent into this cave filled with spiders. And periodically, as he would bump into the wall, he'd hear them scatter all over the walls, and then he saw them climbing on his sleeves, and he'd have to brush them off his sleeves. He saw them on the rope, he's trying to brush them off. He finally gets to the bottom, and he can hear the spiders on the wall just crawling all over the place. He takes his bag off, and it's covered in spiders. He opens it up, spiders crawl out of his bag. He carefully reaches in and pulls out his technical gear. He throws it up and he begins making his way back up, and the whole time he's just brushing spiders off of him. Once he gets to the surface, the first thing he does is he strips all of his clothing off to get all the spiders off of his clothing. He takes his bag, dumps it out, more spiders are in there. After he finally brushes all the spiders off, he redresses and gets in the car. And you can only imagine what the guide was thinking as he's watching this guy, this foreigner, taking his clothes off after being in this cave. But luckily, he doesn't get bit. He gets in the car with the guide, and they start heading back towards the city. As they're driving, he takes his notebook out, and he scratches off the title he had given this cave from the last time he was here, which was the Crooked Tube. He scratches that out, and on top of it, he writes, "The Entrance to Hell." In 2006, a 14-year-old boy named Evan lived on a farm in North Carolina. This was not a typical farm with animals and crops. It was a pine tree harvestry. Pine needles are a big landscaping commodity, and Evan and his family made their living baling pine straw every year. As such, their main living house on the farm was situated right in the middle of 550 acres of perfectly lined up pine trees. They did not have any neighbors nearby, and there was only one road that led into the property, which from the main house, they could look out and basically see through the rows of trees all the way to the beginning of this road, which meant any visitors were really easy to spot. The main house was built on a very slight hill, which meant one side of the house was effectively built on stilts to compensate for the angle. And on that side of the house, on the first floor, was the living room. So anyone who was in the living room looking out the window, they'd basically need to look at a downward angle to see the ground. It would actually seem like you were on the second floor, but really you're on the first floor. The window in the living room was very unique. It stretched almost the entire length of the room, so almost 50 feet across. And at night, you could see animals darting between the different trees because you could see down the rows. And so that was pretty creepy. And then just the fact that this window is so big, if you're in the living room at night, you just felt really exposed. So between the creepy animals running around and the level of exposure and vulnerability, people basically avoided the living room anytime they were in the house at night. That winter, Evan's cousin came to stay with him on his farm, and because the main house did not have any extra bedrooms, Evan and his cousin would have to sleep in the living room. There were two couches inside of the living room, one that was right underneath the 50-foot long window, and then another which was on the other side of the room against a wall that did not have a window. And so Evan would be sleeping on the couch right under the window, and his cousin would be sleeping on the other couch. The first night Evan's cousin was there, they put this big sheet up over the window, but it only blocked like 75% of the window. The two flanks of the window were still exposed, but where the couches were lined up, they were kind of blocked by this sheet, so it gave them a little bit of privacy. After goofing around for a while, the boys finally fell asleep around midnight, and then they woke up a couple hours later because they heard Evan's dogs barking way off in the pine trees. Now, Evan was used to his dogs running around the property and barking at other smaller animals, and so just them barking was not necessarily a red flag. But the barking persisted to the point where Evan's cousin got up off the couch, moved across the room to the opening of the window that was not covered by the sheet at the foot of where Evan was sleeping. Now, Evan was still laying on the couch. He was not going to get up and look out the window, so he's looking down at his cousin, kind of looking at his face to get some sort of a read on what he's seeing. And he notices his cousin has this really perplexed look on his face, like he's squinting his eyes and trying to make sense of what he's looking at. And so Evan looks at him and says, "Hey, what's going on? What do you see?" And his cousin's like, I don't know if my mind's playing tricks on me or not, but I'm pretty sure I see people out there. At this, Evan jumps off the couch and runs over and butts up right next to his cousin so he can look out the window too. And he's scanning out amongst the rows of trees because there's just a mile of pine trees. And the first thing he notices is the moon is very bright that night. So there's good illumination, and there was a light snow covering on the ground, which really added to the illumination. He's looking out maybe 100 meters when he sees someone's leg extend from behind one of the pine trees as if they're stepping into the space between a pine tree column. And he's staring at it, and he can't believe he's even seeing anyone walking around this area because he didn't see anybody come in on the road, and they have no neighbors. And so he's looking, and then a body follows the leg. A person walks from one row to the next. This tall, dark figure just walks calm as can be between the two pine trees. And Evan just grabs his cousin, and he's like, "Did you just see that?" And his cousin's like, "Yeah, I saw that." And so they continue to look in the direction of where this person crossed the path. And after a couple of minutes, they see another leg now emerging, going the other way, back towards where that first person had come from. So the leg kind of extends into this gap, and then this tall figure walks across into the next row, except now, instead of going just directly across, it looks like they're moving at an angle closer to the main house property. The boys look at each other and they don't know what to do, so they just keep looking out the window in stunned silence. And as they're looking, they see this person emerge again, except now they're not 100 meters away, they're like 20 meters away. They don't know how they were able to move that quickly without being seen. And this time when the leg comes out from behind the pine tree, instead of walking across the gap, it stops right in the middle, and it turns and it looks directly at the boys in the window and then begins running toward them. The boys practically fall over trying to get away from the window. Evan's yelling for his father upstairs, and the boys instinctively just start running around the house, locking every door, shutting every window. And as they're going from door to door, the anxiety is growing and growing because they think, if I don't get there fast enough, this person who is running towards the property is going to come barging through that door. And so at every door, their anxiety is through the roof, but they manage to shut everything. Everything is locked right as Evan's father comes charging down the stairs. He's got his gun in hand, and he's like, "What's going on?" And they say, "There's someone out in our property." Their dad charges out the front door. The front door is not on the same wall as the living room. It's on the side of the house. So once he goes outside, he's going to need to turn to the right to look out in the direction they were describing. He bombs outside, he stays on the porch, and he starts yelling at whoever's out there that if you come over here, I'm going to shoot you, get the F away from here. And then there's silence. And the boys are waiting, they're looking around, they're checking the window. They don't see anything. The dad comes back inside, he shuts and locks the door, and he tells Evan, "Keep an eye out. If you see him again, you let me know." Evan would reflect on this experience later on and say, we really should have called 911 at that point, but as a kid, I just understood that that's the way my family did business. We kind of took care of ourselves. And so even though there is a threat of some stranger who's running at our property, we were not going to call the cops. And so his dad effectively was telling him to be a lookout. And so Evan and his cousin, they go back into the living room and they kind of go up to the window. They're a little bit apprehensive and they're looking out. And after 5-10 minutes of looking out the window and not seeing anything, they're thinking to themselves, Evan's dad's a pretty intimidating guy, and he was just out there screaming and yelling with a gun, threatening to shoot them. So they probably got the message and they're probably gone. And so the boys got back into their couches, and it took them a while, but they did ultimately fall asleep. The next morning when the boys got up, the first thing they wanted to do was go out there and see if they could find footprints from this person to kind of confirm it really was a person, because part of them thought, maybe we didn't see that. Maybe that was our imaginations. They don't know. And so they start by going out the front door, so not on the same wall as the living room. They go out the front door, they turn, and they walk down into the trees. And they're looking around and they find some footprints. So they're confirming to themselves, okay, there was someone out here. It wasn't us. This is not our footprints. We found them. So they start following the footprints back towards the property. And they realize at some point there are two distinct sets of footprints. There were two people out here. And even worse is they followed them all the way up to the house. And there were two different circles of footprints that stopped right underneath the living room window along the two flanks of the window where the sheet was not covering. Which means over the course of the night, when Evan and his cousin were up at that window looking out, there's a good chance that one or two strangers were tucked up against the side of the house. And they would not have seen them because of the angle out of the living room window. It was steep because of the stilts it was on. And so anybody that was tucked up along the side, they'd be in a blind spot. And then for sure, after Evan and his cousin got back into bed and were sleeping, there were two strangers who were right up against those windows, probably pulling themselves up to look inside. When Evan's father found these footprints, he immediately grabbed his gun and tried to follow them back into the woods to see where they came from, but unfortunately the snow cover wasn't complete, and at some point they lost the tracks and they never figured out who those two people were. Evan would say, following this event, his cousin refused to ever come back over his house for a sleepover. In October of 2005, a 21-year-old named Nathan was back home in Elk Grove, California, visiting his mother at her apartment for a couple of days. Her apartment was part of this really safe complex. It was gated, there's lots of lights and cameras, so anything that went bump in the night was just going to be, your noisy neighbors or something. On the last night of Nathan's stay, he was laying in his bed in the guest room, listening to the hum of the street lamp that was outside, and the crickets and the passing by of cars, when he drifted off to sleep. At about 2 a.m., Nathan woke up, or so he thought. He couldn't move his body, he could only move his eyes, and even though he had never experienced sleep paralysis before, he instinctively understood this is probably that. He noticed the room was completely silent. There was no more crickets, no more hum of the light outside, no more traffic, just total silence. And then he started flashing his eyes around the room because he couldn't move his head or his body, and he started taking stock of the room. The bed he was in was positioned as far away from the door as he could in the back right corner. From where he was laying, if he looked to his right, in that corner was this big armoire, and then moving left from the armoire as he scanned the room, you'd come to the door, which is on the opposite side of where his bed was, and then if he kept scanning left, he would reach the foot of his bed, and just beyond the foot of his bed was a table and a chair. But because he was laying flat, he couldn't really look down and actually see the table and chair. And so with all of his strength, he managed to raise his head just enough that he had a line of sight to that section of his room, the only section he has not looked at yet. And he sees the table and chair, and he sees in the corner is this dark figure that's standing there looking at him. He's completely frozen with fear. His thought is, there's an intruder in the house. How did they get in here? What are they doing in here? And he managed to keep his head up just long enough to get a decent look at this dark figure, and he determined it was most likely a woman with a shawl covering her face. And before his head fell back to the pillow, he saw her suddenly crouch down on the ground out of view. And then Nathan's head fell back. And now he knows there's just some stranger in his room, and he can't lift his head up anymore, and he's looking around with his eyes. He sees the armoire, he sees the door, he can't see that table and chair, and then he hears the sound of someone slithering along the ground out of view, and he can hear her breathing as she's getting closer and closer to the edge of the bed. And he's laying there terrified. He's so scared he can't even make a sound, and he's telling himself, this has to be a dream. Wake up, wake up, wake up. And he's laying there, and this woman, she stands up and she leans out over his bed, and she looks at him, and her face is pale and her eyes are sunk way back in her head. And then she begins to slowly crawl on top of him, and Nathan's sitting here looking at this woman. He wants to close his eyes, but he can't. Then he just feels his chest being pressed down. He can hear the sounds of the springs compressing all around him as this woman positions herself on his chest. And then he finally manages to let out a scream, and then suddenly he's awake. The woman's gone. And he sits up and he's looking around. There's nobody in his room. The familiar hum of the light and the crickets and the traffic outside, they all return. And his mom comes running in the room, and she's like, "Hey, are you okay? I heard screaming in here." And he said, "Oh, no, I had a bad dream. I'm fine now. I had a terrible dream, but I'm fine now." And his mom's like, "Okay, all right, you need anything?" And he's like, "Nope." So she comes over, she gives him a hug and a kiss. She goes back to bed, and he would go downstairs, flip on a Disney movie, actually Aladdin, and he would fall asleep with a Disney movie on and with lights on. And there was no more sleep paralysis that night. The next day, Nathan got up and he headed back to his house, and he couldn't shake the experience. He had never had sleep paralysis before, but it was just so much more terrifying than he ever would have imagined. And he's just thinking to himself, I can't believe there are people that put up with this on any sort of regular basis. But, after a couple of days and getting home and not experiencing any sleep paralysis, time went on and he just kind of forgot about it. A few months later, in March of 2006, Nathan is at this big family party in Chico, California, big outdoor barbecue, all of his family's there, and at some point his sister shows up. His sister was not supposed to be attending this party, so it was a great surprise. He hasn't seen her in a while, and he immediately pulls her aside to catch up with her. And so for the first hour of their conversation, they're just chatting about their lives and what they're up to. Towards the end of their conversation, Nathan suddenly felt compelled to share his sleep paralysis experience with his sister. And the reason he wanted to was because he knew that she knew that he was actually a skeptic. And so she would believe him. If he's telling her this is what happened, she would believe that that's what he saw. And so he starts by saying, you know, I had the weirdest experience at Mom's apartment just a couple of months ago. I'm pretty sure it was sleep paralysis. And his sister immediately butts in and she goes, wait a minute. I had sleep paralysis for the first time in my life 2 weeks ago at Mom's apartment. It was horrible. I was in the guest room and then I saw this woman and she was like standing on me. I thought I was gonna die. It was horrible. That's exactly what happened to me. I was laying in the guest room and I couldn't move, and then I saw a woman in the corner and she stood on my chest. They proceeded to go over all the details of each of their stories, and they discovered that they had had almost the exact same experience. And at the end of it, they wanted to have a rational explanation for how they both could just somehow have their only sleep paralysis experience in the same room in roughly the same timeline and experience the exact same events. They were trying to, come up with a rational explanation for that, but it was just too much of a coincidence. But ultimately, neither of them were really prepared to start discussing what else it could be. So they decided to just kind of laugh it off and say, man, that's pretty weird, and they moved on. After the party was over, Nathan would go back to his house and he would tell his wife about this crazy coincidence he and his sister had, and his wife would say, yeah, that's wild. But after that, Nathan just did not want to think about it or talk about it, and so he kind of just, pushed it out of his mental space and did forget about it. He moved on. 5 months later, in August of 2006, Nathan's mom would move out of that apartment building and she would move into a 2-story house still in Elk Grove, California. Shortly after she moved in, she asked Nathan if he would come spend a couple nights with her, and Nathan said sure. In order to better understand what happens to Nathan over the course of his stay at his mother's new house, you need to understand a basic layout of her house. So when you walk through her double doors, to your left is going to be a formal living room. In the center of the house is a hallway that shoots straight back to the kitchen. And then to your right when you walk in, there's a wall, and on that wall is the stairs leading up to the second floor. If you take those stairs to the second floor, you reach a landing where there's a window that looks back into the backyard, and immediately to your right, there is a single door, and that's the master bedroom where Nathan's mom would sleep. From the landing, if you turned left, there'd be another door that's a mirror image of the master bedroom door, and this door is the guest room. That's where Nathan was going to stay. And then to the left of the guest room was a hall that went to the front of the house, but that's irrelevant to the story. If you went inside the guest room, the bed was located in the back right corner, so the same layout as the guest room in the apartment building, where the person laying in the bed, so Nathan, his feet would be closest to the door. And from Nathan's perspective in the bed, the only other piece of furniture in this new house guest room was a table that was, from his perspective, on the right-hand wall, centered on the wall, and on the table was a TV. So that's the only things in the room. The first night Nathan was at this new house was totally uneventful. The second night, not so much. He was up in the guest room, laying on the bed, watching TV. The lights are off, it's just the TV on, and at some point, he dozes off. He wakes up a short time later, and he can't move. It's the same sensation he had when he was staying with his mom at her apartment. And he begins to panic because the last time he felt this way, a strange veiled woman stood on his chest and made it feel like he was dying. And so immediately, he's trying to move his body, he can't, and so using his eyes, he starts looking around the room, praying this woman is not in the room with him. And so he looks to the right, to that corner, which he can see. There's no one there. From this corner, he starts scanning across the room. He sees the TV, it's still on. He keeps scanning and he sees the door and it's open. And then he scans and he's able to just barely make out the space at the foot of the bed. He can actually see to the corner, and this woman, she's not in here. And so initially he feels incredibly relieved that she's not in the room with him. But then he finds himself focusing on the open door into the dark hallway. And he's thinking to himself, please do not come walking through that door. And so he stares at the open door, just hoping he breaks out of the sleep paralysis, when he notices something about the TV. It's flickering. And so he averts his gaze to the TV, and he realizes what he's looking at on TV does not look familiar. It does not look like a TV show. It looks like CCTV camera footage, like it looks like a security camera footage. And he realizes the footage he's looking at is the inside of his mother's kitchen downstairs. He recognized the way it was laid out. That's his mother's house. That's downstairs. And he's staring at the footage thinking, why is this footage playing on the TV? And I don't think there's a camera down there. When he notices on the camera, the woman with the veil walks into the middle of the frame, and she looks up at the camera right as the camera turns off. And then the room is completely dark. There's no more ambient light in the room. The hallway is dark, and he's left paralyzed knowing this woman is downstairs stairs in the kitchen. And as he's laying there, he hears her start running through the house. And it sounds like an animal is barreling into things as she's running through the bottom floor, and she stops at the foot of the stairs. And he's thinking to himself, I know where she's going. She's coming up to my room. And so as he's laying there, he feels his heart racing and he's staring at the open door. He knows she's gonna come flying up those stairs and she's gonna come through that door. And instead of running up the stairs, he hears her take one step, two step. And as she's making her way up the stairs, he's just thinking, please break out of this trance, stop this paralysis, wake up, wake up. And then he sees her head emerge and she turns to look at him from the stairs into the room. And once she sees it's him, she bolts around and starts charging into the room on all fours like an animal. At this point, Nathan lets out a primal scream. He is scared for his life as this woman is charging towards him, and she stops dead in her tracks right in the middle of the room. She looks at him, turns around, and crashes out of the room, charges downstairs, and then it's silent. As soon as she was downstairs, Nathan could sit up. Except it did not feel like the first time he had sleep paralysis at his mom's apartment, when he sat up and he had the sensation of relief. You've woken up. You were asleep before, now you're awake. This time, it was like he was always awake, but now he can sit up. He did not have a sense of relief. In fact, he was worried she was still in the house. And as he's sitting up in bed, his mother comes running into the room. She looks disheveled, she's half asleep, and she's like, was that you? Were you running around the house? I could have sworn I heard someone running around the house. Was that you? Nathan's looking at her and he can't even process what he's been through, whether that was real, whether it was a dream. And he's trying to find the words to describe to his mom the dream he had, but like he can't process what's happening. And he just says, Mom, we have to check the house. We have to make sure no one's in the house. And so the two of them flip on every light upstairs. They're not even talking. At this point, it's survival mode. They turn on all the lights upstairs, and Nathan leads the way down, and they're flicking on all the lights, and they manage to search the whole house, and there's no sign of a break-in. There's no one in their house. After the coast was clear and they felt like they were not in immediate danger, they went into the kitchen to kind of talk about what just happened. And so Nathan's like, okay, Mom, I just gotta tell you everything that I'm thinking right now. I can't really process what just happened. I think it was a bad dream, but I'm starting to think that it could be something else, or I'm just losing my mind. So a few months ago, I was sleeping in your guest room in your apartment, and I had an experience that I'm almost positive was sleep paralysis. You know, I was laying there, I couldn't move, and this figure was in the room and they were standing on me. It was terrifying, but it sounded an awful lot like sleep paralysis. But then a couple months after that, I talked to my sister and I told her about it. And she told me that very recently, right before you moved into this house actually, she was in that room and she also had basically the exact same experience. She had never had sleep paralysis before. I had never had sleep paralysis before. So we've basically had the exact same horrifying experience in the same room around the same time. And then just now, tonight, I had another sleep paralysis experience with the same woman who was running around the house, and you just said you heard her running around the house. His mom looked really concerned, but she wasn't shocked. She says to Nathan, I have seen this woman. I saw her in my apartment way long time ago, but I remember what you're describing. That's the experience I had. This woman, you know, showed up in the room and she stood on me. And it scared the heck out of me, but I didn't tell anyone because I thought it was sleep paralysis. And so Nathan and his mom proceeded to spend the next several hours just talking through what this could be. How could they, all three of them, you know, him, his mom, and his sister, how could all of them have had the exact same experience? And how could tonight, when Nathan had this experience, how could his mom have heard those footsteps if that was indeed sleep paralysis? Because it wasn't Nathan, he was in the bedroom. And it wasn't his mom, she was in her bedroom. And she didn't have any pets, so who could it be? Nathan says he and his family are still totally rattled by this experience, and they don't have an answer. And this is a family of skeptics, so they're not looking for a reason to call this paranormal. They simply don't have the answers. Nathan has said that he, his mom, and his sister have not had any further experiences with the woman in black ever since that last experience Nathan had, and they're just hoping it stays that way. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it. Give us the timestamp. And if you're the first person to do that, we will pin you at the top of the comments section. If you enjoyed today's video and you haven't done this already, please eat all of the like button's Oreos except for one, and then put the box back in the pantry, and then also crumple all of their potato chips. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 3, 4, even 5 video uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter.
Damn. I mean, damn. Taylor. Dude, what the fuck, man?
Listen. Listen.
Yeah, I'm listening.
The last one?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. The last one was like, oh god. It sounds like Mama.
I think Mom is cursed for real. That's what I.
No, I mean the movie Mama.
I've never seen Mama. What's that about?
Oh my god. You haven't seen the movie Mama? Okay. I think it's okay for me to play a trailer of a movie, right? On Twitch.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's find the trailer of the movie Mama and then
I'm scared.
Mama movie trailer. Okay. So, which one do you want? Trailer 1 or trailer 2?
Whichever one's the scariest.
I don't remember, but I think Guillermo del Toro is actually the one.
Okay. Do I need to mute for this?
Victoria and Lily were found in deplorable conditions. Their parents gone. Alone in the wilderness for at least 5 years.
Hey, Victoria.
How they survived is unexplainable.
I'm your daddy's brother. Remember Uncle Luke?
With a loving family environment, Victoria and Lily have a real chance at a normal life.
You sure about this?
Nope.
Hey, girls.
I'm Annabelle. You can call me that. Or whatever you like.
There's no way these girls are ready for this. And there is no way that I am ready for this.
How have they been affected?
They talk to the walls.
And what did they say?
It'll get better. Promise.
Like that?
I'd like you to tell me about Mama.
No. What's wrong? I don't want you to get hurt. Nothing bad's gonna happen to me. You can't do that. I think someone's coming to visit them. Victoria was under the bed.
A ghost is an emotion bent out of shape, condemned to repeat itself time and time again.
Where is she now? Is she here in this house?
Mama, stop it! You promised! Where's Mama, Victoria?
So you did see that thing crawling on the floor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That look. So their story in 2006 and this movie that came out in 2013.
Okay.
They sound similar.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Let's sip this tea. Okay. That stressed me out. Oh god.
Yeah, that is insanely scary. Like when it came out, so you know that woman that plays Annabelle?
Yes.
Yeah, so I actually looked like her at the time when, like, exactly the same. The hairstyle, everything.
Did you walk around scaring people?
No, they thought I was actually
I would've.
in the movie, and I was like, dude, no, that is not me. Like,
Just no.
so I saw my doppelganger on the big screen. I was like, I looked at my friend. I was like, fuck you. He took me to this movie deliberately. Didn't let me see the trailer or anything. Took me to this movie, and I was like, you little shit.
Like, you brought me here to make fun of me.
And he was like, I thought you just liked this movie.
To be fair, I've done that too.
You are so lucky. And we are not anywhere near any body of water. I was like, why? I'm gonna drown you.
He said, oh.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh dear.
But yeah, that story, like, actually sounded a lot like Mama.
Now I gotta see if I can find it.
Like, the story sounds the same. The running around on all fours, running into things, not caring, and gunning for one particular person. Yes. But
I really hope I never experienced that, because
Guillermo del Toro is actually a really, really good producer. Like, yeah, he is that good. But yeah, you don't want to meet a ghost that can move stuff around. No, you don't.
I would like to hope that they're nice.
Oh, no, they never are. When they move stuff around, they are never there to help you. They are there to get you out of their tail. Period. Or if you disturbed graves, then I hope you're baptized, because otherwise the church ain't gonna fucking save you.
I'm just sitting there watching TV and I see the remote just get flung across the room.
Yep,
It's like, all right, I got it. I'll be out by the end of the week. Just don't do that again, please.
It's been strange. I have actually been at a place that is haunted in Iceland, but it's a cabin out in the mountain.
Oh,
It's actually where a lot of hikers died because there wasn't enough heating, and somebody let the heat die, so they froze to death. People literally froze to death in that cabin.
Nope.
Yeah. That is a true story. So, in fact, we have actually had a poltergeist experience in that cabin while on a school trip. Me and my class, at least the girls, we had people running out because there was shit flying about. I woke up and I said, shut the fuck up, calm the fuck down. Went back to sleep, everything stopped, and I just fell asleep again. I don't remember it, but I was like, so fucking tired of this. We had a long fucking hike that day. I was so absolutely beat that when I woke up, because something hit me, teacher told me this the next morning, I just told everybody to shut the fuck up, sit, and everything to stop, and everything just fell down, and I fell back asleep. I'm like,
I wouldn't be there.
it's like some people didn't want to be there, but it's so cold outside in that mountain. Even during spring, you're gonna have to go back in and sleep inside. Otherwise, you're gonna die. So it's either death or go back in. Because you're not gonna make your way off that mountain in the dark. One wrong move and you break your neck. So it's just death or back into the scary building. I mean, it's ultimately your choice, but, you know.
death or dealing with haunted ghosts.
Hey, at least I got them to shut the fuck up.
So I can only go with you then. Okay.
I haven't been back on that trip, but apparently the guys got like they didn't get a lot of experience in it. So there's no remote anything. There's no like things to make stuff flying around. We actually checked the cabin for it. So when the guys got there after us, because they took the day after the girls did, there's like a trip for the entire class, but the boys with the boys and the girls with the girls. They actually got a really funny thing. So, you know, all of them were sitting at the on this table in there, and nobody's at the cupboards. All of a sudden, stuff starts flying out of the cupboards and hitting them, and they're like, "What the fuck was that?" And they thought somebody, you know, stood up or was ducking outside or something, and they're alone. Just the boys with the chaperones, and they just keep getting like plastic cutlery thrown at them. I'm like, that's funny.
Hey, do you want me to make you a sandwich? Is that what you're saying?
Apparently, the guys were, you know, boys being boys, farting, and apparently after the farts, they just kept getting hit with plastic stuff.
They must have really stink.
Oh yeah, they probably did, but they didn't want to talk about it because they were like silently rattled, absolutely not wanting to talk about the trip. So they got the worst of it.
Oh yeah.
Because none of them thought about like actually saying something out loud, whereas I woke up by something and told everybody shut the fuck up and be quiet. Just everything stopped. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I was half asleep anyway, so I don't even remember doing it. But my teacher was like, "You just got Ghost to shut the fuck up last night." What? What are you talking about?
Like, what do you mean?
What on earth do you mean? She's like, "From now on, you are not allowed to miss any trips." I'm like, wait, what?
But like, no, you coming.
Yeah.
I'll pay for it myself if I have to.
It's like, I don't care if you're sick, you're coming. I'm like, what? And the girls agreed. I'm like, the fuck is this bullshit?
But I'm sick. It doesn't matter. You're
Yeah,
coming.
pretty much. So I actually went on a trip with a fucking cold, and I got a fever after the goddamn trip.
Oh no.
Yes. I don't remember which trip it was, but the guys were literally like, wait, you guys had stuff moving in the middle of the night, and one of you, like, half asleep or asleep, sat up, told them to shut up, and they stopped? Yes. What?
Oh my god.
I was still bullied after this, Taylor. Like,
I don't understand. Why would you?
The girl who can't actually get whatever other worldly forces going, I'm gonna fuck up and get them to shut up and stay quiet and stop what they're doing, gets bullied after that? Are you serious?
They're like, but she won't hurt us though.
Yeah, I actually sent a lot of these guys, some of these girls to the ICU. Because, you know, they did some stupid shit and I did not appreciate it, nor did I like it, so.
Naturally.
Oh, but there was an incident, at some point, I don't remember where, but we were somewhere in Iceland, kind of like off the beaten path. Like a small town. And there was an incident where a bottle just kept going in circles. A glass bottle. It just kept going in circles. Didn't matter. Kept spinning. And we weren't touching it. There was no string on it. We checked. There was no magnet in it. There was nothing. It was empty when we got it. And when we put it back, it just kept spinning. And we were like... You know, as the more it kept spinning and the faster it went, people started to freak out.
Naturally.
Because, you know, they didn't want to hold the bottle because the bottle felt, like, weird when you picked it up. Like someone was trying to pull it out of your hand. And they didn't like it. Somebody tried to throw it, but lo and behold, it didn't hit anything. It didn't break. So I'm like... I'm sitting there going, should I stop this or should I just let this go? Because it wasn't bothering me.
I just wouldn't be in these situations. I would just leave.
I sat there and I was like, I just watched this bottle. I was like, and my classmates go, aren't you gonna stop it? Oh, no, you motherfuckers on your own. I'm entertained.
No, I'm having fun.
It's like, oh, this is funny to me. It's like, are you sick? Yes, this is hilarious. You're all freaking out. You don't know what to do, and you're turning to the one person you bully all the time.
It's funny how that works.
And they were like, so they tried grabbing the bottle, they tried smashing, they tried doing everything, and eventually they actually put it outside. And guess what? It got back inside. I'm like, they were freaking out because of a fucking glass bottle, and I'm like, this is funny.
But it was moving.
Huh?
On its own.
Yeah, it was moving on its own, and I'm finding it hilarious because it's like... And then I asked the question, so who wants to play spin the bottle? It stops.
It's like, yeah, I'm not... Ghost is like, yeah, I'm not dealing with this. No.
Ghost dropped the bottle. It's just started slowly stopped spinning and just left. I'm like,
It's like, I'm going home.
It's like, oh, you don't want to play spin the bottle. Door opens and closes, and I'm like, bye. It was just such a funny thing. It was also because we had been up for like 36 hours, but still, none of us were imagining it because our teacher saw this too. She was like, nope, not dealing. I'm leaving. Goodbye. You're on your own. I'm like,
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Oh my God, I can't. All I can see is just me not being there, just hiding it out of there as fast as I can.
Zoom!
Exactly.
It's just funny to me how things, how a small little thing can freak so many people out. Because in our class there are like 40 people, and over 40 people in both classes. So this is like 80 something individuals, and like 2 or 3 teachers, and they're all like, "Fuck that." And I'm sitting there going, I'm amused. Like, this is interesting. How does this work?
I'd be like, that's not supposed to do that. I'm gonna leave. And that's just that. I'm bye.
Goodbye.
I get it. I'm leaving.
It's just so funny. It's just I don't know why I find it funny. I just when I see something like that, I'm like, ooh, that's interesting. How does this work? It's like, don't. I'm like, I want to see how it works.
You know, curiosity.
Yeah, curiosity. I've actually been I have actually felt something hit me that shouldn't have been anything to hit me, and I'm like, okay, now I'm leaving.
See, I would love to say that I would just laugh it off and go, well, now why would you want to go and do that?
You would actually, if you felt some force hit you or push you and there was nobody there, you would freak.
No, see, I wouldn't look. I would just run. I'm not there anymore.
It's like, nope. I was looking and I was like, okay, we're leaving.
Yeah, if I know I'm there alone, I just feel something touch me, I'm out. That's it.
Yep.
There's no what did it? Like, I don't know. Just don't go in there. And I'll never go back.
So, we take part 2 because now I'm actually interested.
Oh yeah, I'll be down for part 2.
All right, let's do this.
Today, I'm going to share 3 stories that scared me. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please kidnap the like button, tie them up, and then forcibly brush their teeth and then make them drink orange juice afterwards. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. In 2010, Kayla was a senior at the University of California, Santa Barbara, a big party school. And one Friday evening, Kayla and her friends were at a big party, and Kayla was having a great time, but she was starting to feel really tired. And so she asked her friends if maybe they wanted to leave early, but none of them did. And so Kayla left on her own. Luckily, her house was just down the road, and so she was at her front door in a matter of minutes. That night, her 2 roommates, who were also college seniors, had decided to stay in and just have a nice night with a couple of friends having some wine. And so when Kayla walked inside, she happened to turn to the right, and she looked on the closest wall where there was a sofa, and she saw there was a guy laying there with a blanket up to his chin, and his eyes were wide open. She didn't recognize him, but he was staring at her, and she figured, oh, he must be a friend of her roommates. But as she walked across the room, she kind of glanced back at him, and he had pulled the covers down slightly, and he had lifted his head up, and he was staring at her kind of menacingly. And so Kayla got a really bad vibe from this guy and just kind of hustled into her room, shut the door behind her, and locked it, something she never did. And a few minutes later, she was in her bed and she was passed out. A couple of hours later, she woke up to what sounded like tapping on wood. And so she sat up in her bed and she's kind of looking around. She had a couple drinks the night before and she's half asleep, so she's a bit disoriented. But finally, when she gets her bearings, she realizes this tapping sound is the sound of someone drumming their fingers on the outside of her door. And so she's looking at her door, wondering who would be doing that. And then all of a sudden, the drumming stops, and it's replaced by the sound of this person scratching on the outside of the door. And so now Kayla's thinking, okay, is this guy who was out on that couch, is he playing a joke on me? And so she's sitting there wondering if she should just go over there and open the door and tell him to stop. But before she gets out of her bed, the scratching gets louder and louder and louder until it's so loud that it's kind of menacing. And so Kayla decides she's not going to go out there. And so instead, she pulls out her phone and she texts her roommate and says, hey, can you please come out in the living room and take care of your friend who's harassing me? But she doesn't get a response from that roommate, and the scratching is just still loud as ever. And so she texts her other roommate the same message, come out and take care of your buddy here. But again, she doesn't get a response. And now the scratching on the door has stopped, and it's been replaced by jiggling of her doorknob. And so now Kayla is just mad because this is obviously a prank and it's a dumb prank. And so she yells out, hey, stop! But it doesn't do anything. And so now Kayla's like, okay, I gotta call my roommates, wake them up, they'll come out and they'll handle it. And so she calls one of her roommates, and they do pick up this time. And Kayla angrily tells them, hey, come out into the living room and tell your friend to knock it off. He's totally harassing me. And her roommate was confused. She's trying to make sense of what Kayla's saying, and she says, Kayla, what are you talking about? What friend are you talking about? And Kayla says, the guy sleeping on the couch, the guy in our living room sleeping on the couch. And her roommate said, Kayla, we didn't have anybody over last night. Is somebody out there? You need to call the police. Kayla's adrenaline surged, and she very calmly told her roommate, lock your door immediately. And right then she noticed the jiggling of her doorknob and the scratching, and it all stopped. And Kayla's wondering, where did this guy go? And then after a couple of seconds, she heard extremely loud banging coming from across the house where her two roommates shared a room. And it was the sound of this guy trying to smash down their door. And so Kayla's screaming, her roommates are screaming. Kayla manages to dial up 911, and before long there are sirens outside, and Kayla hears the sound of this guy run across the house, and she hears the sliding door open and shut. The police come inside, they search the property, and there's no sign of this guy, and so Kayla and the roommates come outside. They talk to the police, and the police bring them over to their side door, and they show them on the outside there was all sorts of scratch marks all over the doorknob and right around the latch. And they said it looks like he was able to jimmy his way into your house through this door. And so then they asked the girls to give their statement about what happened, and they started with Kayla. They went over to her bedroom door so she could demonstrate what happened, and that's when they noticed there were all these scratch marks and gouge marks all over the outside of her bedroom door, and all over the doorknob, and all over the latch. And on the ground was a pair of scissors and a knife. And the police told Kayla that it looks like he used those scissors and that knife to open up the side door, and he was trying to use those tools again to open up her door, but for whatever reason, he just couldn't do it. They told Kayla that most likely when she went in the front door, she caught this guy off guard. Maybe he was trying to rob the place, maybe he had just broken in, but either way, Kayla got in and ruined his plans. And so he leapt onto that sofa, the one against that inner wall, to kind of tuck himself away in hopes that maybe Kayla wouldn't look over and see him. And they told her that most likely when she made eye contact with him, she became a witness and therefore a target of opportunity. And had she not locked her door, who knows what would have happened. In 2004, 16-year-old Misty Tasker was a typical American teenager living in Live Oak, Florida, which is a small rural town right in the middle of the state. One Saturday evening in January, she and her mother attended a church service. Afterwards, they hopped in her mother's truck and they got on the country highway and began making their way home. Their house was just 20 minutes down this highway. It was a straight shot. And this highway was pretty desolate. There were no street lights. It was actually a dirt road despite being a highway. And it was just thick forest on both sides of the road the entire way. There were no buildings or houses between the church and their neighborhood. Misty's mother was already a very anxious driver who would keep both hands on the wheel. She would sit up and kind of hunch over the wheel and keep her eyes intently focused on the road. But at night, her driving anxiety would shoot through the roof because she had really bad eyesight. And so she would go to great lengths to not drive at night to avoid that high level of anxiety. But the church service they had just come from had run a little bit long, and so now Misty's mother is driving with the sun starting to set, and she's going as fast as she can to try to get home before it gets too dark. And so as they're bombing down this road at about 55 miles an hour, despite it being about a 40-mile-per-hour zone, Misty, who's in the passenger seat, just happens to look over at her mother for no particular reason. And as she's looking at her, she notices out her mother's window, it looks like there's a little girl sitting on the side of the road. What's a child doing out here in the middle of nowhere? She says to her mom, I think I just saw a little girl. And Misty's mother, who's high up on the wheel, she did not hear Misty the first time. She's just focused on driving and trying to get home. And so Misty says again, I think I just saw a little girl. We need to go back. I don't know what she's doing, but I feel like we need to go back and make sure she's okay. And so Misty's mom looks over at her and she's not prepared to turn the car around. That means staying out later, and it means she's gonna be driving in even darker conditions. And so she's like, did you really see someone? Because we gotta get home. And Misty's like, Mom, I'm pretty sure I saw a little girl. We have to go back. And so finally, Misty's mother, she's very annoyed, but she stops the car, she does a 3-point turn, and she begins driving back up the road where they came from towards this girl. Now, they had only made it about a half mile from where Misty believed she had seen this girl. And so pretty quickly, they slowed down because Misty said, I think she's in this area, and they both began scanning the right side of the road because that's where she's gonna be now that they've turned around. Now, it was starting to get very dark outside, but there was enough light and they had headlights. They were pretty confident they'd be able to spot this girl. And so as as they're slow rolling down the road, they both see this girl a little ways up on the right-hand side. Her back was to the road. She had her knees tucked up to her chest, and she was rocking back and forth. Misty's mother made a comment that it was a little bit surprising that this girl was out here. I mean, there's really nothing around here. There's no houses, there's no buildings, there's no trails to be walking in this forest on either side. It was just kind of thick forest. And so she just thought it was very strange that this girl would even be out here, especially because there's not any traffic on this road. And so Misty's mother began slowly rolling up to her, and she told her daughter that instead of just stopping right away, let's just drive past her and get a look at her, and then we'll turn around and see if she needs any help. And so as they got right up next to her, they realized she was not a little girl. She was a young teenager, but she was not a young child. And as they drove right past her, they would expect her to turn around and acknowledge the car creeping up on her, considering there's no other traffic in the area and you're just some person sitting on the side of the road. You should definitely turn around and see what's behind you. But the girl did not acknowledge them. She just continued to have her knees up to her chest and rocked back and forth. And so Misty and her mother are a little bit freaked out by this, but they drive past her about 50 meters. Misty's mother does a 3-point turn, and when they're looking back down the road, where the girl should now be on their left-hand side, they're oriented back towards their house now, she wasn't there anymore. But there were no street lights. It was now almost completely pitch dark outside, and so all they had was the headlights. And so Misty told her mom, drive up a little ways. Maybe the girl stood up and moved, and we just can't see her because she's not in the headlights. And so Misty's mom began driving down the road and kind of turning slightly towards the left to shine the light more to the left, but there was no sign of this girl. For good measure, they turned right slightly to shine the lights more to the right-hand side of the road, but there was no sign of this girl. And so Misty and her mother just slow rolled back down the road, kind of keeping their eye out on both sides. But after traveling for several minutes, going about 5-10 miles an hour, and seeing no sign of this girl, they decided that, well, she must have just gone back into the woods and gone back to wherever it was she came from. And so Misty's mom began picking up speed, and before long they had gone maybe 2 or 3 miles away from where they'd seen this girl, and they were coming up to this 4-way intersection with stop signs all around. And as they were getting close, Misty's mother gasped, because on the other side of the intersection, on the right-hand side, was this girl sitting on the side of the road. She's got her back to the road, her knees are up, and she's rocking back and forth. And so Misty's mother pulls up the stop sign and then just sits there. And both women are just stunned at what they're looking at. They had just seen her 2-3 miles back down the road. It wasn't possible for her to get all the way up here. And so Misty's mother looks at her daughter and says, do you think it's a different girl? And Misty's like, no, that's the same girl. And so they just sat there for a minute until Misty started to panic. And she said to her mom, Mom, don't stop. I got a bad feeling about this girl. I don't know what's going on, but you can't stop next to this girl. But Misty's mom, she was definitely weirded out by this situation, no doubt. But she didn't feel good about abandoning this girl in the middle of the night on the side of the highway. And so even though she felt a little bit hesitant herself, she told Misty, we have to at least drive past her and ask if she's okay. That's the least we can do. And Misty was not having it. She said, Mom, do not stop. I got a bad feeling about this. Don't stop near this girl. But Misty's mom let up off the brake and began slow rolling past this intersection. And now at this point, Misty is just absolutely terrified. And so she takes her seatbelt off and she goes down into the footwell right in front of her seat. And she closes her eyes and covers her ears, and she just continues to beg her mother to just please keep going. Don't stop. But her mother just continues on until she stops right next to this girl who's still just sitting on the side of the road with her back to the road. She's got her knees up. She's rocking back and forth. She's not acknowledging Misty or her mother. And so Misty's mother turns to her daughter and says, please roll down your window. And Misty refuses. She's still down in the footwell, still in the fetal position. She's crying and she's still begging her mother to please just go home. And so Misty's mother, frustrated, reaches across the passenger seat and grabs the knob to roll down the window manually. So she rolls the window down, and Misty, who's down in the footwell, all she remembers is sitting there covering up her ears, and she's crying, and she opens her eyes and she's looking up towards her mom, who's reaching over the seat, and her mom yells out to this girl. And Misty remembers looking at her mom, who suddenly recoils in horror and screams, and then they take off like crazy, flying down the road. Misty jumps out of the footwell, and she's looking at her mom, and she's like, what's happening? What just happened? What did you see? And her mom's got her hand over her mouth, and she's speeding down the road, and she's crying now, and she's looking at Misty, and she just doesn't have the words to describe what she just saw. And so Misty's asking her mom, what did you see? What happened? And finally, her mother just said, she didn't have a face. She didn't have a face. It was hollow. There was nothing on her face when she looked at me. And so Misty screams and she's crying and her mom is crying and they speed home. They're home just a couple of minutes later and they run inside, practically falling over each other to get in the house. And as soon as they get inside, Misty's mom calls 911 and she didn't even know how to describe what she just saw. But she knew it was too embarrassing to try to describe it as some girl without a face sitting by the highway. And so she just told the police that they had seen a girl they think needs help. And so the police, they went out and they searched that entire stretch of highway. They looked for any sign of anybody out there, but there wasn't. There was never any trace of that girl. In 2016, a 25-year-old Wall Street banker named Matt was camping near Mount Rainier in Washington state. His job was so hectic that in the rare times he got a chance to, he would disappear into the wilderness for a few days to clear his head. Despite living in one of the biggest cities in the world, Matt was actually a very competent outdoorsman. And so for this trip, he decided he would stay way off any trail deep in the backcountry in random locations. On the first night, he found a nice clearing in the trees, and so he set up his campsite there. He ate some food over his fire, he pitched his tent, climbed inside, and within a few minutes, he was fast asleep. Several hours later, Matt woke up to some strange sounds coming from outside of his tent. It sounded like a couple of animals or maybe one animal moving around right outside. And so after a while of just hearing this constant sound, he rolled over and he barely unzipped his tent flap just to look out and see if he could see whatever animal it was. And what he saw shocked him. There was a man sitting in front of his fire pit. There was no fire in his fire pit. And the guy was just sitting there with his hands on his knees, looking straight down. And periodically he would just kick his feet in the ashes of the fire pit. And Matt didn't even know what to do, so he's just looking at him through this little tiny gap in his tent. And this man all of a sudden looks up directly at Matt and makes eye contact with him. And the guy's eyes go wide and he stands up, turns around and runs away from Matt's campsite. Matt has no idea how to react to this. And so he just quickly unzips his tent, jumps outside and shines his light into the forest looking for this guy. He's thinking to himself, who is this guy? I am in the middle of nowhere in the backcountry of Washington state. How long was he sitting outside there for? What does he want? And so as Matt is trying to make sense of this totally weird thing, he's thinking, okay, I'm gonna look out and I'm gonna see his flashlight somewhere, or I'm gonna see his campsite. You know, maybe he's set up nearby, and he's looking around into the total darkness. He's looking through all the trees, any light source anywhere out there he would see. And there's not one. There's no fire, there's no flashlight. There is nothing. And so eventually Matt goes back inside of his tent, he zips it up, and he's just left kind of dumbfounded. He can't understand how some person was just sitting outside of his tent for no apparent reason and then vanished into the forest without even turning on a flashlight. And so after a very restless night, finally the sun came up again and Matt was very relieved. He stepped outside. And after a little bit of time now from this strange incident, Matt started to tell himself that all that was is some guy happened to set up his campsite nearby. It is possible, albeit rare, because we're in the backcountry. And maybe he was just intoxicated and he wandered over here and, you know, stranger things have happened. So that's probably all it was. And so Matt felt like there was nothing to worry about. He packed up his campsite and he began hiking into the forest. Matt didn't have a planned route. Instead, he had a map and a compass, and he began just kind of wandering in the forest, kind of exploring wherever he wanted to go. And over the next 2 days, he covered at least 10, maybe 15 miles in kind of random zigzag directions. He found a nice clearing and he set up another campsite. That night, he set up a fire and he was eating some food near his fire. And then as he's sitting there, he hears rustling coming from behind him. And he's pretty sure it's an animal, so he turns around and he doesn't see anything. And he goes back to eating his food. And then a little while later, he hears some more rustling behind him. And this time, he can't really just write it off. Clearly, there is something behind him that's moving around. And so he stood up, turned around, and remained motionless and just listened, expecting to see maybe a deer come out of the woods. But instead, he hears a man's voice come out of the darkness that says,
"Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?"
And Matt's heart starts racing. He knows that even though he can't see him, it has to be the same guy he saw 2 days ago. Because they are in the middle of nowhere. He hasn't seen any other hikers or campers or anyone. And clearly this guy has the ability to sneak up on him. And so he's thinking, what does this guy want? I just spent the past 2 days hiking in random directions for 15 miles, and he must have followed me. And so Matt, not knowing what else to do, just says, "I don't know where Bell's Canyon is." And then there's silence. And Matt, one part of him is thinking, I hope this guy does not come into the light. I hope he just goes away. The other part of him is thinking, well, maybe this is a different person that is lost and they're looking for this place called Bell's Canyon and they'll come into the light. It'll be a big relief. I'll send them on their merry way and everything will be fine. But as Matt is having this wishful thinking, the voice from the shadows does not come any closer, but instead asks the same question, a bit more forcefully this time.
Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?
This time, Matt did not respond. Now he was scared. This is not some friendly hiker looking for directions. There's something wrong. And so Matt, knowing he's all alone out here, he knew he had to do something to try to take control of this situation. And so he took a deep breath, he reached down and grabbed his flashlight, and in one swift motion, he lifted his light up and shined it in the direction of this guy's voice. And what he saw was this guy from 2 days ago looking out from behind a tree right in Matt's direction. He was hiding from him. And when the light hit him, the man barked at Matt to aim it away. And Matt kind of instinctively lowered his light, but now he was too scared to raise it again, and now he knows it's the same guy. This guy has been following me for 2 days. And so for several minutes, Matt just stood there absolutely terrified, and this guy, he just stayed out there. Matt didn't hear him move. It was just a complete standstill. And then the silence was broken yet again by this voice, except somehow he had moved even closer to Matt. And when he came through asking the same question,
do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?
His voice was so close to Matt that Matt got scared and raised his light up, and the man was standing just a few feet away from him. And this time, the man's eyes got wide like they did the first time they saw Matt, and he turned around and he ran into the forest again. Matt, not knowing any better, just began running after him, but he only ran for about 30 seconds before he realized the terrain out here is so rough. He's gonna fall, get hurt, he's gonna get lost, and this guy's already long gone. He somehow managed to run immediately so far away. And so Matt just goes back to his campsite and he's thinking to himself, what do I do? I have no cell phone service. I'm at least 3 days away from my car, and I'm in the middle of nowhere. No one even knows where I am because I didn't chart a course. I didn't tell anyone where I was going to be. And so Matt just grabbed his knife and stood in the middle of the campsite, and for hours and hours, he just kept looking around, expecting this guy to just show up again or start speaking to him from somewhere out in the darkness. It was absolutely horrifying. Finally, by about 3 in the morning, Matt was so tired that he had to go to sleep. He hadn't heard this guy again, he didn't see him again, and he figured, I need a little bit of sleep because tomorrow he's gonna pack up his campsite and begin this epic journey back to his car. And so he climbed in his tent and he had a very restless next couple of hours. And then the sun came up, Matt jumped out of his tent, packed up his stuff, and began practically running in the direction of his car. All day as he was hiking, Matt kept looking over his shoulder, expecting to see this guy, because clearly he had followed him for multiple days, over 15 miles, and so the likelihood that he's still following him was really high. And so all day, Matt just felt like he was being watched, he was totally terrified, and then the sun started to go down, and Matt knew he would have to camp out again. And so he found a clearing in the trees, he set up his campsite, and he was so tired from running basically all day and being so mentally exhausted from this experience that he just got in his tent and fell asleep very quickly. But several hours later, he woke up to the sound of somebody walking around his tent. And he knew it had to be this guy. He's still in the middle of nowhere. He's not even close to the parking lot yet. And so this guy is still following him. And so Matt sat up in his tent, he clutched his knife, and for hours and hours and hours, all night, this guy just walked around his campsite. And then around 4 or 5 in the morning, he scampered off. When the sun finally came up, Matt leapt out of his tent, packed up his stuff, and literally just began running in the direction of his car, hoping that maybe he could get there before needing to camp out one more night. And so all day as he moved, he's looking over his shoulder, knowing this guy is following him. At this point, it's not even a question. He's somewhere in the forest, but he could never see him. And unfortunately, as the sun was setting, he knew he was not going to be able to make it to his car. He was just too far away. And so at some point, when it got too dark to keep moving, he had to find a clearing and set up his tent again. And so once his tent was set up, he just climbed inside, grabbed his knife, and sat there, knowing this guy was somewhere out there. And so Matt climbed inside of his tent, he zipped it up behind him, he grabbed his knife, and he sat there, expecting to hear this guy come walking around. But after several hours, he didn't hear him. And Matt started to wonder, maybe this guy has left me alone, finally. Maybe he's not following me anymore. And so Matt, who was totally exhausted, laid down to go to sleep. And then, as he's laying there from somewhere out in the woods,
Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?
Matt immediately sat up. His heart began racing so fast that he actually was concerned he might have a heart attack. And he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to say, so he just sat there holding his knife. And then this guy began running past his campsite, making animal sounds. And he would stop periodically and moan and grunt, and he'd kick up leaves, and then he'd run past his campsite again, over and over and over again, until the sun finally came up and this guy scampered off back into the woods. Matt didn't waste any time. He leapt out of his tent, packed his stuff up, and ran all the way back to his car. When he finally got inside of his car, shut the door, and locked it, he cried tears of joy. He was so unbelievably relieved. And he peeled out of the parking lot. He got to a nearby hotel. He finally got cell phone reception, and he considered calling the police about this guy, but he thought, what am I going to tell them? He didn't commit a crime. He was just terrifying. And so he decided not to call the police. He finally flew back to New York, and he just had to accept that there was some strange guy out in the wilderness of Washington state who was able to hunt him over 3 days and 30 miles in rugged terrain without the use of a flashlight, without any gear, and all he ever said to Matt was,
Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?
So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it, so give us the timestamp. And if you're the first to do that, we will pin you at the top of the comments section. If you enjoyed today's video and you haven't done this already, please kidnap the like button, tie them up, and then forcibly brush their teeth, and then make them drink orange juice. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 3 or 4 video uploads. If you
Okay. What the actual fuck?
I know, right?
Bro, go away!
Go away, dog. Please.
What did I ever do to you? But what is Bell's Canyon? That's what I want to know.
Well, now you know where the t-shirt comes from.
Huh.
Not Bell's Canyon.
Okay, alright, let's see. Bell's Canyon, Mr. Ballin, yes. There we go.
It's a hike. It's a trail.
Yes, but
apparently in Utah.
huh. Okay, but I wanna hear a bell ring in this forest. Run.
Oh God.
That one was terrifying.
That sounds terrifying.
Uh-huh.
Ding. Excuse me. In Salt Lake City, Utah. Okay, to be fair, this place looks pretty.
Yeah, it looks pretty, but a lot of pretty things are dangerous.
You don't have to tell me that. I know. God, oh God.
So many pretty things are dangerous.
I'd love to go here in the daytime and then leave.
Yes, daytime, never nighttime. There are places that you cannot go. That is illegal in your country, Taylor.
Yeah, people still go.
It's so stupid. How many come back?
Not a lot.
Like
not a lot.
Like 20%, 10%?
I'd say about 2.
I was being nice. I was being nice. 2% of the people who go anyway come back. The others do not.
Nope, we don't know what happened to them. Allegedly. They just got lost. Allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah. I'm not believing that. So when it comes down to like places you shouldn't go, I'm not tempting fate.
See, the crazy part is when I first started like reading those titles, my initial thought is like, so it's like a location that I shouldn't go, and it's like, no, it's a thing that you're not supposed to go to or go in or
Mm-hmm.
around, and people did it anyway, and I was like, oh, gotcha.
Yes.
One of them just lives rent free in my head.
Which one?
I I don't remember which video it's in, but it's about this mayor of this small town,
The most
and
haunted town where you're not supposed to go. Because it's illegal to go there. That one?
that's a different one. But I think I know what that one is.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was, but it's a town that is literally boarded off and said, "Do not go here." It is illegal. It is against the law to cross this line. It's like, okay, if your government has said you do not go here, and there's a
You're like,
sign
"Yeah,
and a
it'll be fine."
fence, there's a fence, there's a law against it, and there's a big ass sign saying do not go here. It's like, there's a serious problem. Everybody's been there, has not come back.
And they're just like, I want to go see what's over there.
And I'm sitting there going, I'll wait for 12 hours. If you're not back by then, I'm gone. And I'll assume you're dead.
12 hours is very generous.
Okay, alright, let's see. I'll wait here 3 hours. That's enough time for you to look around and come back. Okay?
That's enough time for me to go buy some binoculars and use those to look over there. Not going over there.
Oh, come on, come with us. No. It'll be
I like
fine.
my life.
I'm not tempting fate like some absolute moron. You hear me?
Absolutely not. Can't do it.
Hmm.
Will not do it.
Wait,
Oh,
this
boy.
chat room kills people? Solved Mysteries, episode 2.
I don't remember that one. They're all good. I haven't watched the Mr. Ballin video and being like, that wasn't that great.
Is that a fucking tree or something, or a plant growing inside a human person?
Oh yeah.
Holy shit.
Three stories that sound false but are 100% real.
Damn. What is hiding on
Those are fun too.
I wonder.
I forgot. There's so many of these I haven't seen in years.
Top 3 last minute decisions that changed history. Shit.
Oh, those are fun.
Yeah, I don't want to have my head go, wait, what?
Just, we were that close?
Yes. That's kind of like terrifying to think about, that our world could be entirely different if one decision hadn't been made.
Oh, big facts.
I wonder where part 3 of this is.
You're looking for part 3.
Yes!
She wants more.
I want it all! I'm just wondering if they stopped with it. I'm like, damn.
He might have.
Maybe they were too scary.
I mean, I still have anxiety.
I think that was the last one. I'm not seeing anything.
Oh.
Yep.
That sleep paralysis one still got me.
Yeah, the sleep paralysis one is actually super terrifying. Yes. If you hear a bell ring in this forest, run. I know I've watched this, the whole thing. It is terrifying. Anxiety levels peaked.
Oh yeah.
Let's.
I think you scroll past the first one I ever saw.
That one?
The one was like the most terrifying family, the one underneath that
You've
one?
never heard of.
Yeah, that one. That's the first one I ever watched.
Holy shit.
That one's disturbing.
Mature audiences only.
That one's bad. Oh god.
This psycho-inspired scream, that was disturbing as shit, man.
That was
It was terrifying. That was fucking terrifying, okay?
Yeah.
My father was alive when this happened. My biological father, and I'm like...
Is that the one where it was like this guy's the reason why the death penalty exists? The one with that dude with the red arrow and the black and white on the left-hand side of the bottom?
This man is the reason the death penalty exists!
Oh, yeah, that dude. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay,
Oh,
okay, I am curious. Okay. I want to know why the death penalty became a thing. I always wondered.
Okay. Okay, viewer discretion is advised.
Okay, viewer discretion is advised. This is a mature audiences only. If you are not 18, leave now, please. You have been warned. Also, there is 18 plus in brackets on this stream, so if you're not 18, leave, please.
You know, I've never seen that.
Like,
I've never seen that 18 plus before.
It's the first thing that's been there since I, like, after a certain amount of time, I just started putting 18 in, like, brackets, 18 plus in brackets. And I've always had that for, I think, a year now.
Oh my god, I have never noticed that.
It's the first thing that is, like, on the title. It's the first thing, it's like, right there. Right there!
You've covered your bases.
Yes. Alright, let's see why the death penalty was. I'm curious, I want to see some history, let's get some facts.
Oh god, okay.
Today's story involves one of the most graphic and upsetting sequences I've ever covered on any story. It also involves harm to minors, so viewer discretion is advised. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 2 or 3 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please sneak into the Like Button's house in the middle of the night and unplug their iPhone in the middle of a software update. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story. In the 1960s and 1970s, hitchhiking became very popular amongst young people in America. Hitchhiking is a form of transportation where you basically get rides from strangers. And so the way it works is a hitchhiker will stand on the side of a busy road and they'll extend their arm out and they'll kind of hold their thumb up, which signals to passing motorists that they want to hitchhike. That's the kind of universal sign for hitchhiking. And then a willing motorist, when they see a hitchhiker, they'll pull up alongside and offer a ride. Now, today, it seems unfathomably dangerous to just hop into a stranger's car, or conversely, for a motorist to pick up a random stranger on the side of the road But back then, this was considered totally normal and socially acceptable. And so with that in mind, on September 29th, 1978, a 15-year-old girl named Mary Vincent was standing on the side of a highway just outside of Modesto, California, which is not far from San Francisco, California. Mary was a rebellious teenager who had recently run away from her home in Las Vegas, Nevada. Her parents were going through a very nasty divorce, and she just couldn't stand to be in the house anymore, and so that's why she had run away. And so she had hitchhiked all the way up to Los Angeles, California, where her grandfather lived. But after only being there for a couple of days, she became unbelievably homesick and wanted to go back and be around her parents and her family. And so one day when her grandfather was out, she slipped out of his house and she began hitchhiking back to Las Vegas, Nevada. And so she had hitchhiked from Los Angeles to Modesto, California. That's where the first person was willing to drive her to. And so she was on that strip of highway in Modesto looking for another ride that could take her farther south. She was on this highway with two other young hitchhikers. They all had these signs that said going south, so they weren't just holding their thumbs out, they were holding these signs. And so the three of them are huddled in a group, they're holding their signs up, and at some point mid-afternoon, this light blue passenger van that only had one passenger, it was the driver, he was a 50-something-year-old man, he looked pretty harmless. He pulled over when he saw their signs and he parked on the side of the road maybe 15 feet ahead of where they were. And so Mary's companions stayed where they were, and Mary ran up to this light blue van and she looked through the passenger side window, which had been rolled down, and she asked this guy, hey, can you give all three of us a ride? We're going south. And this man, he would look at her and say, I can only give you a ride. I can't give the other two a ride. I can only give you a ride. And so Mary is confused because she's looking at this guy and she's seeing all this space in his van, and she's thinking to herself, you know, why am I only allowed to go when they're going the same place I'm going and there's plenty of room in this van? But when she kind of gently prodded this man and said, well, you know, are you sure you don't mind taking them too? He just said, look, I will take you, I will not take them. And so Mary said, okay, well, hold on, let me go back and get my bag. And so he stays parked, she leaves the van and she runs back to the other two people she was with, and, you know, she explains the situation, and they tell her, you know, Mary, this is not good. There's clearly something off with this guy. But Mary, even though she too shared this kind of reservation about this guy, she was so desperate to get home. She was so homesick that she couldn't face the idea of having to wait around for another ride, which might not come until the next day or the day after, because not every motorist is willing to pick up hitchhikers. And she just did not want to wait any longer. And so she told her companions that, guys, I'm gonna take the ride. And so she says goodbye to her two friends, she grabs her bag, and she runs back up to the van and she hops in the passenger seat. As soon as she sat down and closed the door, this man pulled back out onto the road and started driving, and then he turned and looked at Mary and introduced himself. His name was Lawrence Singleton, and he was 50 years old. And then Mary, you know, she introduced herself, and then they have some small talk, and very quickly, Mary feels at ease around Lawrence. He kind of reminded her of her grandfather. He was very nice, very polite. And so when she started to feel tired, pretty early on in their trip, she said, hey, Lawrence, do you mind if I doze off while you drive? And Lawrence would say, no problem, go ahead, go to sleep. And so Mary turned away from Lawrence and kind of curled up on the seat, and pretty quickly she was asleep. A little while later, when she woke up, she looked out the window and immediately could tell they were going the wrong way. So she turns to Lawrence and says, you know, we're going the wrong way. And Lawrence would say, oh, you know what? I made a mistake. I'll get us turned around. You know, sorry about that. I had no idea. But Mary's thinking to herself, we're really far in the wrong direction. And there's no way he accidentally did this. But she kind of bit her tongue because Lawrence would actually turn around and start going in the right direction. And so they're traveling in the proper direction for a little while, and Mary's totally on edge, but she's careful not to give that off to Lawrence because she doesn't really know this guy. And even though he did make her feel comfortable, she just doesn't really know what his intentions are. And so she's just kind of looking around pretty apprehensively. And then they pull into this stretch of highway that kind of ran through this fairly forested area where very few cars were on this stretch of road. And Lawrence suddenly tells Mary that he wants to pull over because he has to go to the bathroom. He wants to relieve himself. And so Mary kind of apprehensively says, yeah, okay, that's fine. And so as Lawrence is beginning to pull off of the highway, Mary happens to look down at her feet, and she notices one of her shoes is untied. And instinctually, Mary just thought to herself, I better make sure that shoe gets tied because I might need to run away from this guy. But she didn't want to reach down and start tying her shoe. It was kind of awkward because the space was small, and she was worried it would be kind of suspicious if she did it. And so she thought, okay, as soon as we pull off, I'll get out of the car and I'll tie my shoe. And so Lawrence, he pulls over, but he doesn't just pull over onto the shoulder of this road. Instead, he pulls into this access road that kind of trails into the forest. And so as soon as he turned onto this road, the alarm bells are going off in Mary's head. She knows something is wrong, but she doesn't really know what to say to Lawrence because he's not talking to her, and she doesn't really want to look at him. And so she's just kind of going over in her head what she's going to do. Is she going to run? Is she going to confront him? She doesn't know. And then eventually, after about a minute or so, when they are far enough away from the main road that no one on that road could see them, they're pretty far into this forest, Lawrence stops the car and he hops out to go relieve himself. And immediately Mary, she hops out of the car too, and she bends down to tie her shoe. Before she could finish tying her shoe, suddenly something smacked her hard in the back of the head and it knocked her unconscious. It was Lawrence. He had hid a hammer next to his seat, and when he had gotten out, he did not go relieve himself. Instead, he walked around the vehicle and smashed her in the head. When Mary came to, she realized she was laying down in the back of the van, and as she was looking out the windows, she could see that they were still parked out in the middle of the forest. And then when she tried to move, she realized her hands, her feet, everything had been tied down to the van. She couldn't move. And so as she's wondering what's going on, Lawrence comes around, he opens the back doors to this van, he hops inside, and he begins assaulting her. Mary has no idea what to do. She's a 15-year-old kid, and this guy is on top of her. He's not stopping. And so she just began quietly begging him to please stop, set me free, I won't tell anyone. She just kept repeating that over and over and over again, and Lawrence never spoke back. He just continued the assault for hours and hours. Finally, when Lawrence got tired, he got off of Mary and he climbed out of the back of the truck and he went around and he climbed into one of the front seats and he fell asleep. And so Mary probably tried to free herself from her restraints, but there was nothing she could do. The restraints were tied too tightly, and so for hours she must have just laid there wondering what was going to happen to her. And then at some point in the middle of the night, Lawrence wakes up again, and without saying a word to Mary, he just climbs out of the van and gets into the driver's seat and then drives the van out of the forest. He drives on the main road for a little while until he turns down another access road that takes them away from the main road, so away from any prying eyes, and he comes to a stop somewhere out in this forest in the middle of this big canyon. Lawrence parks the van, he climbs out and walks around to the back. He opens up the back doors where Mary is laying there whimpering and crying and begging to be set free. He climbs inside and her torture continues for hours and hours until the sun finally came up. At which point Lawrence stopped. He climbed out of the back of the van and he's standing out there and he turns around so he's facing Mary and he reaches in and he undoes her restraints. So he frees her, he pulls her out of the van and stands her up on the ground, and so she's crying, she's beaten, she's bloodied, she doesn't know what's going on, and she just gently says to him, "Please set me free." And he says, "Oh, you want to be set free? I'll set you free." And so he walks around this totally destroyed 15-year-old girl and he reaches into the back of his van where there's this toolbox and he pulls out a hatchet. And so he walks back and he's standing in front of Mary, and Mary would have had a fraction of a second to see what was in his hand before, in one fluid motion, he reaches and grabs her left arm with his left hand. He grabs her on the wrist, then he raises his hatchet up and he brings it down on her left forearm, severing her arm off right below the elbow. And so Mary falls backwards to the ground and she looks down at where her left arm just was. She's in shock. And before she can do anything, Lawrence just walks over and with his left hand again, he reaches over and grabs her right wrist. And now Mary knows what he's about to do. He's still holding this hatchet. And so she's screaming and she's kicking him as hard as she can to try to get him off of her, but his grip is too strong. And then he begins to chop at her right forearm over and over again. It would take 4 hard blows to finally sever her right arm off of her body. And so Mary falls to the ground in a heap. She's bleeding profusely. She's screaming in agonizing pain. And all Lawrence can focus on is that one of Mary's amputated hands was clutched on to his left arm. When he cut off her left hand, it had gripped onto his arm and now it was stuck to him. And so very nonchalantly, he began began trying to flick this hand off of his arm. And then finally, when it did come off, he turned and looked at Mary and realized she had gone silent and she was limp and she was laying in a huge pool of blood. And so Lawrence put the bloody hatchet back inside of his van, and then he just walked over to Mary and grabbed her and began dragging her. About 100 feet down the road from the van was a culvert. A culvert is a big tunnel that goes underneath roads. It allows water and runoff to pass by the road without damaging it. And so this particular culvert underneath this access road was built about 30 feet below the surface of the road. And so if you were standing on the road over the area where this culvert was, if you walked to the edge of the road on either side, there would be a 30-foot drop off down to the opening of this culvert on either side. And so Lawrence dragged Mary all the way over to this section of the road over the culvert and then chucked her lifeless body off the side, smashing it down onto the rocks below. And then Lawrence walked around very carefully all the way down to her body and stuffed her inside of the actual culvert. And then as he was walking away, he said to her, "Now you're free." After Lawrence left, Mary should have been dead. Really, she should have died at several points along this attack. But miraculously, Mary did not die. And in fact, she would later say she vividly remembered the entire attack. She was fully lucid, fully conscious, fully aware for the entire thing, save for the moment when she was knocked unconscious by the hammer. And so she vividly remembered having her arms amputated, and she specifically remembered one particular point in the beginning, before her left arm, the first arm, had been amputated. He grabbed her left wrist, and she in turn instinctively grabbed with her left hand onto his left arm. So she's clutching onto him, and so when he came down and cut her arm off, she began falling backwards, but she remembered thinking to herself, why am I falling backwards? I just grabbed onto his arm. I had a firm grip. And then as she's falling, it's like time is standing still. She literally saw her hand still clutching his arm and saw it had been cut off of her body. And then when Lawrence cut off her right arm, despite being in agonizing pain, it's like she instinctively understood that she has to pretend to be dead. Otherwise, she will die. And so she went totally limp, her eyes were half open, and she watched as Lawrence is flicking her left hand, the one that she thought she had gripped onto when she was falling back. She watched as he shook that hand off of his arm. And then she was limp as he grabbed her and dragged her the 100 feet to the culvert. And she was limp and still and didn't make a sound when he threw her 30 feet down onto jagged rocks, and she broke 4 of her ribs. She was in excruciating pain, but her will to survive was telling her, make no sound, take this punishment, and you will survive. And then after he left, she remembers thinking, I don't know where he is. He could be waiting up on the road for me. I can't just crawl out and try to save myself, because then he might actually finish me off. And so she laid in this culvert in this horrible position, totally contorted, with her arms gone and broken ribs. And then finally, after a while, she started to feel exceptionally tired, and that was from blood loss. And she said there was a voice in her head telling her, you can't go to sleep. If you go to sleep, you're gonna die. And if you die, we can't catch this monster, and he's gonna do this to someone else. And so she had this surge of adrenaline where she decided, I'm gonna live. I'm gonna get out of here. I don't know if he's still up there, but I have to get out and I have to try to save myself. And so somehow she got out of the culvert. And then once she was on the ground, she dug the nubs of her arms into the dirt and attempted to pack the wound with dirt and mud. And then afterwards, she raised her arms up over her head because she didn't want the blood and muscles to fall out. And so with her mutilated arms up over her head, she managed to crawl up this embankment, up onto the road. She's got no clothes on. She's covered head to toe in blood. She's in shock, and she starts running down the highway, and a car would actually come by fairly quickly, but they were so startled at what they were seeing, they didn't stop and they drove on. And so Mary would ultimately run 3 miles on this highway before finally flagging down a passing motorist. It happened to be a young couple, and after they got over the initial shock of what Mary actually looked like, they put her inside of their car and they sped to the hospital. Mary would stay in the hospital for a month, and during that time she would give police all this information about her attacker, about Lawrence Singleton, and using her very detailed description of him, the police were able to come up with a very good composite sketch. and Lawrence Singleton's neighbor happened to see that sketch, and they turned him in. Lawrence was ultimately sentenced to 14 years in prison for what he did to Mary. It was the maximum sentence that the judge could give. The judge wanted to do more, but legally they couldn't. And so Mary, she testified at court. And so after it all ended and he was sentenced, Mary was leaving the courthouse. And as she passed by Lawrence, it was the one time she had to be physically close to him, he turned and kind of leaned into her and said, "I will finish the job if it takes me the rest of my life." 8 years later, Lawrence was paroled for good behavior. And so, of course, this terrified Mary, who by now had become a wife and she had 2 sons. And so she's worried that now that this guy is free, he's going to come and finish the job. But Lawrence would not go after Mary. Instead, 10 years after he got out on parole, he would attack another woman, a 31-year-old mother of 3 named Roxanne Hayes, and unfortunately, he would kill her. At Roxanne's murder trial, Mary would actually testify against Lawrence, and her testimony is what they used to secure a death sentence for Lawrence. But before he could be executed, Lawrence died of cancer in jail in 2001. When Mary heard that Lawrence had died, she felt very cheated. However, her sons were very relieved to find out that her attacker had died, and so she took some solace in that. Outrage over Lawrence's early release, considering what he did to Mary, and the fact that that early release led to another person being killed, led to the creation of the Lawrence Singleton Bill, which gives judges the ability to give 25-year to life sentences in cases that involve torture. Meaning, under this bill, Lawrence would never have gotten out of prison after what he did to Mary. So that's going to do it, guys. If you got something out of today's episode and you have not done this already, please sneak into the like button's house in the middle of the night and unplug their iPhone while it's going through a software update. Also, please subscribe to our channel. And
What the fuck? He escaped the death penalty because of cancer? Goddamn.
Technically.
Technicalities.
Also, Mir, stop.
Mir, you are horrible.
Oh
You know
my
that.
God. Give a round of applause.
Jesus.
Oh
But,
my God.
hey, at least she survived, right?
At least she did survive. She is alive to tell the tale. And she's a mom.
Yeah. That's what is like, wait. Oh, somebody must have been very patient.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
bravo. I feel horrible for clapping.
Oh God. Oh my God. She can never give him a pat on the back.
Oh my God, why, Mir? No!
We give him bro no head.
Mir, you should just be a fucking comedian. I mean it. Like, seriously.
Oh my.
He can take anything and make people laugh. That's a comedian right there.
That's a gift.
Yes, exactly. I keep telling him that, but he doesn't listen to me.
I mean,
you have all this material and material from other people to use. Just freaking do it. Please.
all you heard was she ain't got no hands, and you just came up with like what, 5 jokes back to back?
Back to back, and also more. And it was like, yeah.
That would actually be hilarious stand-up, being like, it's not funny. And then
She
you just
giving
make
a
bunch of
total
jokes, and
a
you're like,
run
"Damn,
for his money. Oh no.
Mirror. Mirror.
Oh my god. Oh my god, why? For those of you who
Oh,
don't know,
God.
Toto is a JJK, a Jujutsu Kaisen character who may or may not have lost one of his arms in a battle. And his technique revolves around clapping his hands.
It's wild. That's wild. Well, it's 10:41. It's my bedtime. I still haven't slept.
It's AM for you. AM. If you're
Oh, yeah.
happy and you know it, clap your hands. I fucking
Ain't
hate
no
your mouth!
way.
Oh, God. Why is this happening?
Just off the top of the dome is insane.
I know.
But why? Where do you get this?
Mir.
Mir,
You
let me be your
cruel
manager.
stand-up comedian.
I'm your manager.
Wait, you're gonna be Mir's manager?
Yeah, I'm a man. I'm a manager. I'm gonna get him some good gigs.
Oh my god, I'll live stream the fucking thing.
First step, Apollo.
Oh my goodness.
Let's go.
Mir, you up for that? Or are you gonna freeze on stage? Hey, can you hand me that? Never mind.
Mir.
Oh my god.
Where do you even get this from?
I don't know. He just does it. I'm like, you know what? Just be a stand-up comedian. You will make millions. All off the dome. Yeah. So, like, what's plan B? Usual. Improvise.
Pretty much. Hello? Why are you not? Phone? Thank you.
Phone went no. Nah, bro. Nah.
Phone went no. I'm gonna hop out and I'm gonna go lay down.
Yes, you do that. I think it is time to raid out. It's been 7 hours. Means she's less hands-on than Overhaul is at the moment, so oh my god. Oh my god.
Mir, this is not okay.
For those of you who
This
don't
is not
know,
okay.
Overhaul is a character in My Hero Academia who may or may not lose his hands.
I remember.
Who may or may not lose his hands during the time, but in a manner that is very, very cruel.
Oh my god.
And it's directly intended for him to know who did it. Alright, I'm gonna say let's copy the raid message and let's raid out. If you are subscribed, please do spam the raid emote at your leisure. Now, let's see who is live, who we can raid, who we can cause mayhem, havoc, and destruction upon in the chat. Just to emphasize, in their chat, mind you.
Oh my god.
So who should we take? Ultra VT, Savvy, Eye Candy, Sibical is sleeping, so that's out. I'm not saying that. Merryweather, Juan, Celerus, LumiTuber, Spectra Zero, or someone else. Oh my god.
It's fine. Sorry.
Huh?
One of them is fine.
Is it pick, damn it?
Merryweather.
Merryweather! Alright, let's see if we can't raid Merryweather. He's currently playing Elden Ring. If I could goddamn write the name. Hang on. I couldn't write worth a damn.
I mean, me neither.
There. Alright, that is the correct one. Alright, everyone, thank you so much for joining me here today, and you as well, Taylor. We had some fun gaming sessions. You also had some fun with the Warzone stream. We did some Stardew Valley, and, of course, we watched Mr. Ballin. But as always, please do take care of yourself, meaning eat, hydrate, and sleep. And you, Taylor.
That one felt targeted.
Of course. And also, if you have the opportunity and the energy, please do try and take care of each other. No, Mir, we're not doing that. Not today, Satan! And, of course, lastly, but most importantly, do remember you are beautiful creatures. Now, I will send you off to cause mayhem, destruction, and chaos in Merryweather's channel, in his chat. Of course, as always. And I will see you all on Monday for Meowday Genshin.